Alright. So, we are going to start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So, what's going on, guys? This is White Knight Chronicles International Edition. It is just the best of best games created by Level 5, who you might know for games like Dark Cloud, Rogue Galaxy, and more recently, Ni no Kuni. So we skip some garbage cutscenes. We don't need any of this. We get a really bad load. It's funny, this load here can actually take anywhere from like 3 to all the way to like 12 seconds. Sometimes I reset over it, but today we're not gonna be doing that.
Let's hurry. We can't make the princess wait.
This is a it's something interesting, that's for sure, and we're gonna see how it goes. I'm not really 100% positive that this is gonna go all to plan, but we get some time to play around with. We're gonna be all right. Right off the bat, the first thing we do is we make a character. It's pointless because we actually get rid of the character as much as we can. He sucks, and for some reason it's so odd. The game makes you make a character, right? And then the main character is not the character you've created. It's this guy Leonard right here. So it's just like a secondary character who starts at a lower level than everybody else. So I just take him out. The one redeeming quality that character has for like casual play and stuff like that is that he's the only character. He's called the Avatar because he can master every single ability tree, whereas everybody else has 2 or more that they do not have access to. Right off the bat, you'll notice that this running man in the top right corner of my screen is an auto run button. So this game is 99% running, and there's a button that does it for you. So it's just terrific. Real chill. The hardest bosses in this game are probably around hour 1 and hour 3, and whatever your teammates decide to do, as they are just dreadful AI. Unlike some games, like if you're familiar with Ni no Kuni, your teammates, they kind of do what they want, and that's fine. They can't use items or anything like that. Where in this game, that's a little bit different. In this game, your own teammates can use items they have in their inventory, so oftentimes they'll just use stuff for no reason, and they'll completely ruin everything you had planned. So, as such, I'm going to be picking up a few extra things for marathon safety in case one of them tries to get a little too wily and tosses one of the potions that I need or something like that. Because money is quite tight in this run, I go out of my way to save 200 gold over here by just picking up the sword that we would purchase otherwise. It takes about 9 or so seconds of time lost, but otherwise it's not too bad. Part of the auto run feature and why it's so amazing is that we can, access our items, our magic, things like that, while moving. We don't have to worry about it. You can also open the map and have the map open while you're auto running, so it's nice. It's almost like the game was made to be run in a speedrun or something, and then you play it and you realize that sadly is just not true. You're gonna see me pretty much always be an auto run. There's very few times where I turn it off, and it's just because like the making angles while you're auto running is quite hard. You take like wide turns and stuff like that. I'm gonna go pick up a drop right here. just to get something like a bag of gold dust. That item exists solely for it exists solely for selling. It's really, really nice. There's a few items in the game that are like that: gold nuggets, gold dust. And it's cool because, you know, when you're playing through an RPG or whatever, you're so terrified to sell some things because you're worried you might need them for something else later on. In this game, at least in the speedrun, that's not the case. We sell pretty much everything that we can't immediately use because we are broke non-stop. So right off this is going to be the first menu of the game. The menus are long because of how the skill trees work, and it sucks that that's the case. Menu lag in this game is trash. Level 5 as a whole has a bad habit of making games with really bad menu lag. Ni no Kuni is bad, Rogue Galaxy is bad about it, Dark Cloud is pretty bad about it. So I don't know what it is they do, but it's all pretty bad menu lag sometimes. This screen especially is one of them where it rears its ugly head more so than others. Oops. No, we want him to stay. This game has a combo functionality. It's really strange. It costs you AC, which I'll get into here in a little bit. And if you don't have something equipped to one of your character's command slots, like you just saw me go out a little bit out of my way to equip Wind Slash and whatnot to my teammates, the reason I did that is because if it's not equipped, they won't have access to it, despite them understanding it and knowing it and everything like that. They just can't use it. So it's definitely a big deal if you something like heal or one of those spells that have pretty significant impact. If you forget to equip it, things can get ugly pretty quick. It's a really dumb feature, but dumb features is what makes this game what it is. You can see that, like, you can't really make sharp turns while you're in auto run, and that's kind of a shame, but you get really used to it. There's a strategy we use for, like, the entire, I say we, there's a strategy that I use for this game called run healing, which is a really terrible way to explain the process of running as well as healing. So that's pretty much how you get through this game. We don't have to fight any encounters, really. Like, none.
Careful. He's out for blood.
So right here, if you click in R3, you basically force one of your teammates to take action. Now, whether or not they cast an offensive spell, or they heal somebody, or they use an item or something is completely random. It's usually based on, like, if they're high HP, they're probably more likely to cast a spell. If they are low HP or somebody's dead, they're more likely to revive them. Things like that have a difference of priority, and sometimes it's hard to tell what they're gonna do. So sometimes you can really screw yourself over a tad bit. But right here, I just basically tell them non-stop to cast spells in hopes that they will throw out their heavy hitters. That is Troll right there.
Looks like everyone made it out in one piece.
Well, that was actually a really good troll. Off to bed. Hey, Puke Attack, thank you so much, man. Incredible job with your run, by the way. That was a terrific commentary. Great run. You have a good night, my man. Definitely follow Puke Attack, guys. It was a wild run. Terrific. So we got 3 chromium pearls, as Lily Grimm so kindly mentioned in chat. And they sell for like 80 gold a piece, so it's really, really helpful when we can get favorable drops from some of these enemies, just because we sell them, and every single cent we get sometimes makes a difference. I'm going a different route than I usually do in order to guarantee that I will have money at certain times, and make sure that nothing bad happens. Because you can get stuck at spots where your teammates have used all the health potions they have available to them, and you just gotta repeat fights until you get good enough luck with the enemy having poor accuracy or what have you to make it through. You get kind of stuck because you can't backtrack and things like that based on story progression. So naturally, just really great game mechanics all around. Alrighty, now we're back in business.
I'll make it.
So this is a super, super specific area. If you take the perfect amount of guards in this segment, which is random, anywhere from 7 to 9 after level 2. I think it equates to like 14 or 15 or something like that beforehand.
It's like a castle under the
You'll level up during this mini boss fight we have to fight here coming up. And when that happens, it allows you to have the next mega boss fight or the actual boss fight or whatever go a lot smoother. So we'll see how lucky we get. If not, it's not the end of the world, but it does save some time. You'll notice I ran right past that like save stone. And the way that save stones work in this game is, say in a dungeon. So this would be a dungeon. So all the save stones in this dungeon, the first time you hit a save stone, no matter where it is in the dungeon, it will heal you and your team completely. However, if you hit, so say I hit that one, got the complete heal, and then I moved to the one that's at the end of the dungeon and hit it again, it would not heal me. I would have to actually pay the stone to give me that heal. So I specifically dodged that first one because I don't need the heal then, and it gets a lot more value, and I can't really afford to pay to be healed.
Come on, we have to...
Paying to get healed is really, really expensive, and it adds up at the end of the game.
That's it?
So right here we hit level 2. We do some menuing. And we're good. So the spell heal is probably the most broken thing in the game. It restores 80 health if you have decent spirit. Most people will restore 80 health with it. Some of the lower spirit characters will not. But for 80 health, it only costs 4 mana, which is insane. The ratio of value from cost to health regained is significant, and it allows us to get away with a lot of stuff in this game. I can already tell that I'm not going to get enough guards to level up. Usually there's 3 on that platform I have just left, and instead there was only 1, and it looks like there are none on this platform above me. So yeah, this is crazy. It's a really low amount of encounters, which is fine. It just means we won't level up, but the time that we do save, by not having to fight all these extra encounters, will definitely save us time in the long run. So you saw me take Swordmaster and level that up. What the skills in the tree, so for sword, there's Swordmaster, Axe, Axemaster, so on and so on. And those allow you to add an extra hit to your combo, so you'll now see that my combos are hitting for 3 attacks as opposed to just the 2. And that's really helpful. Man, this is the lowest amount of soldiers I've ever seen. What is this, this is the 4th one. I'm just gonna combo into that. That was terrific. And right here we take the full heal, and we move on to the next little section.
Never mind. Keep going.
Huh? Okay.
So from this point forward, we will never, from this point forward, you will never see me battle in this fashion again. We will be using the knight almost every single time after we kill this phantom and we acquire the knight. Hence the name White Knight Chronicles. The knight really makes this game trivial, casually and in the speedrun. It allows us to get away with a lot of stuff because you use this broken knight who does significant damage and takes like no damage in return. So always heal on that turn because White Pulse will come out and it will knock you down. A couple of weird things about this game: if you throw an attack out and your animation goes off while the enemy's animation is going off, then you will sometimes just skip the knockback or things like that. And we utilize that timing a little bit, especially with Knight. It makes it significantly easier to do Knight fights when you're not getting knocked all over the place. Because for every little, I think it's a second, that you're in Knight form, your MP drains. And when your mana runs out, you return back to regular form. Now, in some fights, you're forced into Knight. It actually gets rid of that mana draining functionality. And you can just pretty much use your mana, which is what your abilities in Knight form take. So you see I have Slash, Thrust, Strike, Crossfire. Crossfire costs 7 mana, Strike costs 4, Thrust and Slash only cost 1. As we level up the Knight, we will have more spells that do more damage sometimes, but typically cost a lot more mana and don't get used because they're just not. They don't do enough damage to justify the actual mana cost. Strike is easily the best ability that the Knight has available to him because it just does a lot of damage consistently, especially to the head region, and it's great. It only costs 4 mana as well. Whereas Crossfire will do less damage here and cost more mana. It's just a really odd thing they did with this game. My accuracy is incredible right now. Usually you miss 2 to 3 strikes in a fight, which really suck. But right now we're doing great as far as accuracy is concerned. And the strike that you throw out when which forces Peridimus to switch into his phase will actually not cost you anything. Ah, there it is. There it is, boys. It wouldn't be a White Knight Chronicles fight without a good value miss. You probably shouldn't have strike there. Oh, very nice. So you'll notice that enemies get knocked off balance. They're much more likely to get knocked off balance when you hit their legs. Crossfire technically does 2 swipes, which allows it to stagger enemies a lot more quickly. That's pretty much the only time we'll ever use Crossfire. And Slash is pretty just what it is. It's 1 mana, doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But you can, enemies usually have a set time that they will get up from being staggered, or they will get up usually after just 1 attack will unstagger them. So you'll see me utilize that stagger period of time to use potions and things like that, while I know for a fact that they're not going to be doing anything. Seeing a lot of Fire Shell right now. That's unfortunate. The knockback animation is I really should heal here just to be safe, because he can one-shot me if he crits with Earth Shake. And we gotta wait for mana anyways. Not a bad Peridimus, all things considered. I've definitely had worse in the past few days that I've been practicing this game. I'm just getting a marathon ready. Man, these loads are, there's something else right now. That's terrific. So I'm going to go out of my way here to pick up an extra item that sells for 500 gold. It is quite a trip, out of the way to get, but it will definitely alleviate a lot of issues, and considering that I'm actually ahead right now, surprisingly, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. I gave myself a reasonable estimate, so all of these extra things we're going to be doing will definitely pay off, and you get to see the beautiful landscape that is White Knight Chronicles. So these actually, the backgrounds and the character designs and all that kind of stuff for PS3 era is actually is really good. It's a shame that the game is such a tragedy everywhere else, that it really could have been, you know, they could have done a better job with it. I heard that the White Knight Chronicles 2 was actually an incredible game, in that they made a lot of huge improvements from the first to the second. Now, personally, I've never played it. I do plan to acquire it and route it probably when I return from RPG Limit Break this year.
Sorry, Rapunzel.
So if you have played White Knight Chronicles 2, absolutely get at me. I would love to pick your brain if you consider yourself a savant. So that is the item we needed right there, and we're good to go. We'll continue. But this is the only time that you'll actually be able to pick it up, aside from the very, very beginning of the game. Leonard's ponytail is just fire. It's just terrific. If you can pull off a rat tail of that quality, then you need to wear one. You're obligated, I feel. So pretty cool little landscape. This is Ballandor. This is pretty much like the main hub of all the kingdoms in this area. It's basically the kingdom, where everything else is except for Greed are really just smaller areas. Although Greed is more of like a merchant city more than anything. So we get the revive powder here. Revive powder, you'll see me pretty much live off of that stuff. It allows me to basically kill people on purpose to a degree, to guarantee that I make it through certain areas. And right there we got the text box skip. That was really nice. So there's 2 text boxes that appear right there that we now do not have to look at, because sometimes you can input the command to go right fast enough. You don't have to deal with it. But this is where the game takes off, and this is also where the game drops frames like crazy. The frame rate drop here is a pure garbage. I don't know why this area specifically just drops crazy amounts of frames. So we're going to switch to Eldor here. Eldor is going to be one of our hard carries until we get to Caesar. And Caesar is the end-all be-all, king of characters, god of the game. But we got to make it to him first. I always tell everybody that plays this game, if you can make it to Caesar, you're going to finish your run. If you can make it to Caesar, things are going to get alright. So Caesar is our savior when it comes to the speedrun at the very least. But the reason that we don't utilize G, as he is named, the character that you create, essentially, the reason we don't use him is because he comes in at level 1. Well, all of the additional characters that you gain as you progress through the story will all come in at a much higher level. Ah, wow, that's super unlucky. I'm going to stay. I'm for sure I'm going to get out of it. Oof. Maybe not. I'm going to have to do a backup strat real quick. My boy Eldor, he got put to bed. That's all right. But back to what I was saying. The characters that join, such as Yuli, the first character we got, she came in at a higher level than everybody. Eldor comes in at 2 levels higher than our highest level at that point. And Caesar, or Kara rather, comes in much higher level. And then Caesar is he's like level 20 while the rest of you are level 10. So the game really helps you out as far as the speedrun is concerned, but it definitely expects you to take encounters and fight stuff along the way to level up. And we definitely do not. As you can see, we pretty much just get away with running through everything. Now you'll see me, you see how I'm locked into heal right here with it hovering over Leonard. If you don't open it up into this screen, where all I have to do is press X 1 time to start healing myself. If you don't do that, when you are auto running, if you just hardly even tap any direction, if you touch the analog stick whatsoever, it'll immediately target the nearest enemy. And you can see that like right here. So if I hit X then, it would initiate a fight, and I really don't want that. So you have to get really, really good at using auto run and knowing exactly when to heal and how to have the menu locked in a way that's not going to cause you much issue. I'm going to switch back to Eldor here just because he's a little bit beefier. We can guarantee that we make it through. So that was a really good section. Sometimes that giant that you saw will take notice of you, and he's annoying. A lot of the enemies in this game, such as giants, pretty much any huge enemy that you see is going to have a guaranteed ability that knocks down. Now, if any regular enemy crits with something, it will put you into a stagger or a stun. So you got to be mindful of that pretty much at all times. And right here, all we do is let everybody heal each other, and then tell them to use their best attacks while we switch to the knight. I'm super quiet. Wow, why am I so behind? What took so long? Oh, yikes.
How come I've never seen one of these?
Oh, I know what took so long. It was me getting the item. I was confused for a second. I can absolutely turn my voice up.
Maybe we should run.
Is that a little bit better?
I'm no match for it.
Now that I know I'm good on mana and damage, I'm gonna have my teammates throw their best damage spells out there, and we're gonna clean this guy up really quickly. It is okay. Thank you so much, man. Good looking out. I appreciate the heads up, man. So whenever you fight an enemy that's not intended for you to use Knight, they will, basically as a counteraction, after a certain period of time, they'll go into what you just saw Alwani do, which is a frenzy, and it makes them, it basically brings their stat level up to match the fact that they are fighting the Knight. So you can't just use Knight and stomp through, everything, even though you still can. We didn't get away with it. That's a shame. So we never want to come out of Knight because Alwani is enraged at that point. Yeah, okay, cool. We're good to go. So to only be this far behind is actually terrific. I figured that the nugget would cost me a lot more time than that. So we are in great shape. So you'll see, obviously, lots of cutscenes to skip. Thankfully, we can skip them all. A level 5 specialty of skipping cutscenes. They're really good about most of their games from the Rogue Galaxy era on, allowing you to skip cutscenes, thankfully. Nameless Knight. That is not a face of pleasure, my friend. You must have caught wind of the fact that we are playing White Knight Chronicles. So this is a really specific menu. You have to do it exactly the way that I do it. Otherwise, you won't get enough value out of your points. You'll actually spend some points unfavorably. And you'll see that we use them all, and we get exactly to a certain threshold. So now, Eldor is really, really broken for a period of time. Is this a good game? Oh, my friend, it is a great game. It is a beautiful looking game. The character design is terrific. As far as like enjoying it as a speedrun, it is a really, really not a fun speed. I mean, it's fun, it's hilarious because it's quite bad. Casually though, the game is very easy. It was created with the intention of multiplayer at a point, similar to games like Ragnarok, Odyssey, and things like that, where it had like an over the internet based multiplayer system, multiplayer functionality. Obviously, this is a PS3 game, and that era is long since past. So you can no longer get online. Well, that stinks. We actually we die here on purpose. I just died a little bit sooner than I would have cared to. Hopefully we get to the chest, and terrific. So all things actually went incredibly well. Yeah, exactly. It is. You're absolutely right. It was intended to be multiplayer only, or multiplayer was its main focus. You had the ability to like basically build your own little area. It was like kingdom management. But it is a bad speed game for sure, and that's what I love about it. Yeah, I've streamed it a little bit in the past. Malakoth. I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. I streamed some runs of it in the past, but it is just such a meme that it's sometimes hard to run. Oh, I screwed up. Please, no, you idiots. That's okay. Wow, I cannot believe such an oversight. So the spiders here are insanely weak to. We're actually just gonna go revive Leonard really quick. I don't want to use my item. We are. The spiders are weak to fire, and Eldor comes in at the exact. He comes in at the exact skill level to be able to really get value out of fire magic. That was a lot of Basilisk. Yeah, it was. That's what I was thinking, man. That was brutal. Usually it's not nearly as hard to get to the key. So now we can fight. That was my bad. That was a huge misplay on my part. I'm going to actually kill all these spiders because the spiders are worth a significant amount of EXP and they're very easy to kill when they group up. So as you'll see here, Bonfire will pretty much one-shot them as long as I have them line up correctly. Bonfire comes out in a straight line and opens up kind of into like a fan shape. So you got to line things up specifically. But usually in my runs, I won't get kill these guys. But the EXP they give you is really valuable, and that Guardian Pearl right there sells for quite a bit. So I figured I would route that in for the marathon because EXP in this game goes a really long way. The only thing I don't want to see here is sleep. If they happen to sleep me in the middle of my cast, it really is a bummer. We're gonna let that one come down. Your team is usually, and I say that with great emphasis on usually, really good about keeping you alive. Sometimes, though, that's not the case. They do a terrible job of it, and it's really frustrating. I've never played the second one, but I intend to buy it and route the speedrun for that as well. I've taken a liking to this game just for the lulz. I'm going to let them hit that one first to aggro that second one. There we go. Oh, that's a bad angle. Bonfire probably doesn't catch that other one. Oh, it did. Nice. So right there we get a lot of EXP that we really get a good value out of. What is my mana at? Oh, perfect. And we're getting close to one of the first bosses. One of the first difficult bosses that can actually lose you a significant amount of time based on how it goes. It's just a luck-based thing. But we'll get there in a second. I'm going to let them hit this guy first. So as you can see on the mini-map, that until he's actually been attacked, he won't actually aggro his teammates with him. We cast Eruption here, we one-shot everything, and we move on. But I'm definitely glad to see that there's some White Knight Chronicles fans in the chat. Because I pretty much stream this game to nobody except the people who find it hilarious to see me die over and over. So I'm glad that we have some experts, because I definitely am not an expert on this game. I have done just enough to speedrun it, and that's about it. So again, I'm gonna let my teammates do an attack really quick. Perfect. And then I'll cast Eruption. And that way it gets them to pretty much just group up. Oh, that's bad. I got trolled a little bit there. That's okay. A JRPG with an OP mage? What a concept, am I right? You just don't see that. You just don't. Yeah, actually, magic falls off super hard, though. So early on, we really make use of the magic that we have. But it gets bad really, really early. So we'll stop using magic pretty much after the underbelly, which is about 2.5 hours or so in. You see me using Slash. Slash is the fastest ability in the game. And it's because of how AC works, which I'll explain after the Black Knight. Because of how AC works, we want the fastest, whether it does a lot of damage or not, we want the ability that comes out the fastest. Right here I'm going to have to pay for this heal, and that's fine. It should be, ooh, boy, that's expensive. But it's okay. We get a lot of free XP right over here. So. Hopefully none of them stun me. Ah, bummer. Not getting a heal. That was really odd. Cool. We're in good shape. Time to roll. Now, this is the Black Knight. He is a bit of a chore sometimes. But we're all at a really good level right now because of all the extra fights that I took, so this should not be as difficult. You'll notice that I picked up a mana potion early on in the game in the first 5 minutes, and you absolutely cannot miss that if you plan to do this fight how we do it in the speedrun. It's instrumental. So we pretty much just turn into this giant Power Ranger, this giant Megazord during every boss fight, and just beat the crap out of small stuff. And that is White Knight Chronicles in a nutshell. It's been real. My name is Kerry Palmer, Professor Palmer rather, and that's it. So now he turns into a knight as well. So we got some straight up Pacific Rim, mono Godzilla versus whatever Godzilla fights. I don't know. Missing that first slash is actually huge. Because it doesn't pull aggro from the knight, and it causes my team to possibly die. Really glad to see this game. Grandra, hopefully I said that correctly. I'm super happy to hear people enjoy watching it, man. Because it is me and my chat, we laugh about it regularly because of just, it is a hoot. It is a hoot to say in the least. Wow, this has been a terrible, terrible luck. You'll notice that I kind of angle him away from my teammates, and that's for the obvious reasons, so that he doesn't hit them. Most enemies in the game, especially the bosses, will do attacks in like a frontal cone, usually. And because of that, we angle that. Obviously, we face him away from our team, so that they're less susceptible to receiving that kind of damage. Oftentimes, though, you'll see me try to get people like Yuli or other characters killed, and that's just because EXP is shared equally amongst the characters that you have alive at the end of a fight. And we want Yuli dead most times. Right here, I'm going to use a mana potion. Because as you can see, my mana drains when I'm in Knight form, and it also drains with every ability that I use. So it's really, really important to manage mana in certain situations. MMO strats. Exactly. So one thing you'll find funny about this fight is that you can't, if I finish it in Knight, it actually hurts me. So I have to make sure that I get out of the Knight, get him to enough damage to where he's almost dead, and then get out of the Knight. Oof. Oh, well, never mind. He healed. We never want to see heal. It sucks. Yeah, it does a lot. But that should actually guarantee that we... If you level up and you're in the night, you actually don't get your AC, which is what you have to... After you have 7 AC, you use up all that AC to switch into night form, essentially. And we don't actually get all our AC refilled when we level up if we're in night. However, if we are in... if we get out of night at the very last second, we do get all our AC back, right? So it's crazy how that works. It's a pretty poor game design, if you ask me. Oh, please don't kill Leonard. Oh, we missed. Terrific. Hey, well done. So we leveled up there. And we got the Sainted Pride, which is just a little knight add-on. So we have to absolutely make sure that we drop out of night before that fight ends. Sometimes, like as you saw, I was about to drop out of night and he used his heal. We would have been in real trouble then. But everything went alright. No problem whatsoever. So that's refreshing. Sometimes that is not the case. We're not nearly as behind as I expected to be, considering I went way out of my way to pick up a few things and took a bunch of extra fights. But here is where you start to see the run heal strats really really just scream how broken this game is as a speedrun early on. So I literally will just auto run, which is one of the greatest features. More games should have auto run. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And then we hover over, we target ourselves so that we are locked into Leonard as a target and we can not target any enemy on accident or anything like that. And we just heal. We take hits and we heal. Now, how enemies work in this game is every time you aggro them, they will almost always get one free attack off. Sometimes you can outrange them before they do, but they get a free attack off, and then they wait a little bit. They have a pretty significant delay on attack to attack. Now, if one of your teammates is closer to them at that point, they'll just attack one of your teammates with their second, third, whatever attack. And because of that, I can actually count the... So I'll say, okay, there's 5 enemies here. I'm guaranteed to aggro all 5 of them. If they all hit for 20, I can live through 100 damage up front, heal, and then I'm good. Because I've accounted for the damage that I know they're going to do. And because you can do that, it really lets us get away with this pretty cheap strategy of just running, counting enemies, counting damage, and knowing for a fact that we will survive. So right here, I'm going to have to heal after this boar. Boars do quite a bit of damage. They aggro from really far away. They suck. This looks like Final Fantasy XI ate Final Fantasy XII. Yeah, first of all, I played Final Fantasy XI forever. Greatest game ever made. Fight me on it. Cerberus server, what's good? And Final Fantasy XII is just a tragedy. But you're right. This game does play and function very similarly. It also had online functionality at the height of its popularity, or whatever you would call it. So it is very similar to that game, with the running, the auto running, the menuing. I think if you hit square, yeah, you can actually type messages to no one, which is exactly how dating goes for me. So really hits home. So that was a good run. We made it through. Terrific. The city of Albana is a crazy wild place, but the reason that we needed to make sure we dropped out of night by the end of the Black Knight was so that we had all our AC, so we could immediately night in the next fight, which is about to come up. Way too close to home, dude. I apologize. Pick up that heal potion too. It's super important. So now that heal potion 2, we just have to pray that our AI doesn't throw it on themselves for some reason. You know, it's frustrating. You can yell in chat while auto-running places. You're exactly right. If that doesn't sound like every great MMO you've ever played, then I don't know what does. So right here, we just have to talk to everybody. To further this sequence and this cutscene and get started. Alright.
It's no good.
And now we hope that our two teammates die. That would be ideal.
Oh, wise white warrior.
Oh, wow. So it chose Leonard first. That stinks. That was a bit of a misplay. Oh, there we go. What's dating? I wish I knew, my friend. I wish I could tell you. So you one-shot all these little guys. It kind of feels a little unfair, but yes. Okay, so one of them died. That's at least good. You get a lot more EXP if your teammates are dead here. But it's not worth guaranteeing that you'll kill them by switching targets or anything like that. Sorry, you took too long, Yuli. Oh! Terrific. Talk to everyone to make stuff happen. Absolutely.
We'll see who laughs last.
Here we go. Now we got his attention. Now we just want to spam this attack ability and let our teammates cast their strongest magic and beat up the Gigas as quickly as possible. As you can see, Strike just does a stupid amount of damage. It is blunt, and blunt damage to the head gets a damage modifier. So anytime that we use Strike, it will almost always be on the head. However, attacking the head takes a lot longer to stagger an enemy, which is why you'll see me use other abilities like Slash and things like that on the legs and other parts. That was a gold split right there, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? So right here, I'm gonna switch to this guy. My created character. Oops. So I can unequip him. He's the only person that you can actually sell. You can actually sell his starting gear. Everybody else has like gear that is locked to their character you can't get rid of. So my boy is a naked. Wow, I have so much money. Oh my goodness, this is so nice. Wow, we have so much money left over. This was a great idea. I am very happy with this idea. So right here we have to store all of these items to get rid of them out of our inventory because we can't sell them and they just take up space. Every character has a limited number of items that they can be carrying at any given time. So we try to work around that space. The reason we don't jump out of night is because by the time the very, very next boss fight, you're actually forced into night. So you don't even have to use your AC to... you don't have to use your AC to get into night in the next boss fight. But that's a good question. It's a good observation. Yeah, most of the fights in this game we won't actually drop out of night because they're a little too risky as the fight progresses, and we don't want to run the risk of dropping out too early and then something bad happening because we were really pretty weak through most of the game. Just based on the nature of how low level we are. And the night is really our saving grace in all of the boss fights. Now, some of them we do, though. Ooh. Ooh, no. No. Cool. This is so much money. This is so much money. I never have this much money. I'm usually pinching pennies and selling things I really need. So this is terrific. I made some route adjustments for Marathon's sake way before. Like this past few days, I've taken a look at a few things, and with the help of some of my chat members and things like that. So, now this game is much better than Final Fantasy 12. I promise you that. And that's not saying a lot, because this game is awful. This game is super fun if you play it casually. It's very easy. It can be filled with a lot of, it's got crafting and different features and things like that you can really have a lot of fun with. But in the speedrun, it is just a giant meme. Oh, there we go. The menu lag, like I said, is just dreadful. Also, Kaios, it's good to see you, man. How you doing? Ironic, what's going on, man? Did I make this overlay? I did not. I did not make this overlay. I don't know who made this overlay, but it looks great. It looks great. It was well done.
Man, I wish we had a ship.
Shut up and walk, Leonard.
For anybody who's confused, Ironic is one of my viewers. We have a few of us in chat right now, and I usually make the overlays for the marathons that I run in, just because I enjoy doing it. So that was why he asked that. But no, I cannot take credit for this. This is somebody else's incredible work. It's really well done. So right here again, we're doing run heal strats. Now we want to die on purpose. So I want to take some damage, but not too much, which is kind of hard to sometimes pull off. Oh man, I'm taking a lot more damage with the desert gear than with the hard gear, but it's okay. So I live 1, I live 2, I live 3. You're gonna hear me counting to myself saying I live 1, I live 2, I live 3, or whatever. I do it all the time, just so that I can keep track of what enemies are gonna punch me. So just tune me out, and that's what most people do. Ness made the overlay. Okay, terrific. It is well done. I like it. Usually when I look at marathons or other stream channels and things like that, I peep the overlays and I observe, like, I'm like, oh wow, that was really well done. So I had already looked at how the trim and everything was done on this one when we went live. I'm a fan. I love making overlays. It's so much fun. I don't know why I enjoy it so much. Wow, so we got really lucky on this run to not aggro the troll. That is terrific. All my damage has been really, really well placed, and that went perfect. Kara is the only one who actually cannot die because she's a 4th character right now and not part of our party. If she dies, we actually start back over. Now we actually will die on purpose, but there's one thing we have to pick up before we do that. And the reason you'll see me die on purpose a few different times is because it takes me back to a certain zone that we started from. So instead of having to run all the way back from the way I just came, I can run further away, pick up an item, immediately die, and end up right back at the gate. Yeah, it's really nice. It's a really, really nice feature. Shout out to Zephyrs and MS Pods, just Pods. Shout out to Zephyrs and Pods for coming up with that strat for sure. Zephyrs and Pods are the ones who ran New Game Plus version of this game. They didn't feel like running the regular New Game. Please get the chest. Yes! Right before Lightning Bolt went off. Terrific! That was really well placed. We're actually going to stay on Leonard. Raid time! Terrific! Kaios, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the raid, for the host. It's good to see you, man. Hopefully everything went well. Heard he's a handsome man. Oh, you're too kind. And vapes like a champion. Hey, man, you can't... Am I a handsome man or a vape like a champion? Because you cannot be both. And just like that, we end up exactly where we need to go. Terrific. Just great. Runner confirmed, not getting trolled. Absolutely. That was really nice. White Knight Chronicles, a blast from the past. Still have this game, never finished it though. I never played it casually myself, so I cannot speak for how long it takes. I played for like the first hour of the speedrun, basically up until where we are exactly right now. I played it casually, and that took me multiple hours, 4 or 5. And I mean, I wasn't like having the greatest time of my life, but it's something to do. It's not dreadful. Now the speedrun is another thing entirely. My boy Palmer, all the ladies love him and the boys want to be like him. Oh man. It depends on I guess it depends on the audience, I guess.
I don't have to imagine.
It's hard when you're still
Ladies do love me. Just usually not the ones I love. My mom, for one, my daughter, another. And my sister is a day-to-day kind of thing. So right here, you're going to see me do some ugly menu. Oh my goodness, we have so many points. So flat HP is probably the strongest thing you can get as an upgrade in the game. It gives you a lot of survivability, more so than... it gives you more survivability than things like defense. Like if you just get... bummer. If you just get pure HP, it'll actually go. It'll give you you get a lot more value from it than you would with just defense. So as you can see, I have a lot more HP all of a sudden. And it makes my running through stuff significantly easier.
Here, in the ruins?
Even though Leonard has more HP at this point, we need to be on Eldor. In an effort to make sure that Eldor... I need to be able to stay in charge of the fact that Eldor is going to stay alive. Because we really need him here in a second. This is one of the harder stretches. It's very common for me to die and have to try this multiple times. Especially when we get this many boars. Boars are the worst things to see. They do a lot of damage. They can attack from really far away. They're quite fast, and they can stagger you. They can knock you down pretty easily. Palmer confirmed best dad. I'm a dad, that's for sure. I can say that much. Again, Kara cannot die here, so sometimes that happens as well, and we have to just get lucky that things don't want to punch. Wow, this is so many boars. My goodness. I survive all of these. So now we need to prioritize Kara's survivability. I need to take this wide angle. Never got into the series. Interesting. Oh, Desaiga. Why is the speedrun of this game a giant meme? It's just not... It was poorly made. As far as, we just run past everything similar to how you would in Final Fantasy, what is that, 12? And some of those types of games. Okay, cool, she lived. Now here we just revive Leonard. Because we need him, and we're good to go. It's just, it has a lot of stuff that can just absolutely troll you for no reason. So it's got some, and then at the same time, it also has a lot of things that you're just like, why? That makes the game stupid easy. The night as an entirety is really, really dumb. It's a dumb feature. It's like, hey, at a very early point in the game, I'm going to give you the ability to just stomp through every boss. And that's what the whole game is centered around. So because of that, I find the game just kind of a silly speedrun. When is Jelly's farming? That will never happen. I will never play a game with Jelly farming. In my opinion, and this is please don't. I mean, feel free to roast me if you really feel like it. But I feel like if you have to grind in a speed game, then it is not a very good speed game. Oops. Now right here, this fight is actually really difficult. This is where most of my runs die. I mean, if we die in this fight, it's not a big deal, because we can just continue and try it again at the sake of time, and that's not the end of the world. And we're also quite a bit higher level than we usually are, so hopefully it goes well. But yeah, you will absolutely learn about some of the memeness, especially in this fight. So part of the big part of the meme is that your teammates are just idiots. Like, plain and simple, they just do the dumbest stuff sometimes, and you have no control over what they're doing, and you're just like, why? Why did you do that? Like, they'll use super valuable, expensive items, or items that are rare and you can only get from treasure chests you can't buy, and he'll just throw it for no reason. He's like, you know, I feel like using this. So that's part of the meme. And the meme grows from that point forward. This is going not terrible. The reason you saw me unequip those abilities is because I don't want Eldor to have access to them. I want him to be healing pretty much permanently. Because there's a lot of times they'll just sit here and they will watch me die. Go from full HP to 0. They won't drop a single heal on me. They'll just sit there and stare. And it is so frustrating. When is Jelly's farming? Terrific. Can't believe you asked that, man. That is just great. Wow, all these misses. Good thing I switched to Slash. Can't really afford the mana cost of Strike right about now. Terrific. So that went well. We want to kill this one next, primarily because he uses a spell that is super annoying to deal with. Final Fantasy XII is literally a dumpster fire. Yeah, I don't know. Final Fantasy XII just isn't. It's not for me. We'll leave it at that, right? Because Crossfire technically counts as 2 attacks, it has double. Obviously, it staggers enemies twice as fast. So that's wow. So that's why you're seeing me use it, as opposed to my other attacks at this point. All right, terrific. Somebody healed me. Yuli, if she can live through this fight, she actually does a great amount of healing. I'm just banking on the fact that I'm going to level here, and if I don't, I'm going to have to use that potion, but it's okay. Yikes. Might have to use it anyways. Terrific. Wow, this is amazing. Oh, is there jelly farming in 12? I've literally not watched but an hour of gameplay of that and realized that it's just a bad game. Cool. Now we're going to mess stuff up. I don't think we'll level after this one anyways. So that was probably for the best. Oh, I did level up, dang it. So I used that that mana potion, which is a really, really good item. A little bit preemptively, but it's okay. We have time to get more, and we don't really use mana potions too much in this run. I start phasing out magic pretty early on. Because it does like flat amounts of damage, right? So early on, Wind Slash will do 40 or 60 to 40, depending on if the enemy is weak to it. And same thing with fire and whatnot. But as you get higher, Kappa, as you get higher, the enemies will develop higher resistance, so it does less damage the further the game goes. And the spells don't increase a whole ton in damage as they class up. They just start doing AoE and things like that, and having added effects like leaving DOTs and whatnot. So I stopped using magic pretty early. The only magic we will continuously be using is healing magic, and usually the regular mana potions do a pretty good job of that. This is actually going incredibly well right now. My teammates did a great job. That is one of the better teammate-oriented fights you'll ever see of the multi-gigas fight. I can't tell you how many times I run in and the fight is over in 30 seconds or less because they're just like, yeah, you don't need heals. I got stuff going on. And if I switch off to one of the characters to manually heal myself, which I have to do sometimes, Leonard will use one of my valuable items that I can't afford for him to use. So you're really in just this just a no-sum game. I am Alfina. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to White Knight Chronicles, ladies and gentlemen. Man, it is good to see. So many people care so much about this game. So this fight is the reason why this is so difficult. If you make it through the first phase, this is where it gets hard. Now, the reason I can't afford to have him throw that heal potion 2 is because I absolutely need it in this fight. Otherwise, it's not guaranteed that you'll make it through it. Not even close. You got like a 20% chance of surviving without it. Just because this guy has so much more health than you do. A lot of times in this game. Wow. So I missed 2 attacks right off the bat. Real solid stuff. And a block. A miss to a block. This is terrific. This is great. Because you have so much mana at the start of this fight, you'll never run out. So you can spam pretty much anything you want. I use Crossfire here to guarantee that I'll get some staggers. Because it buys me the time I need to be able to utilize potions and things like that. I need to stagger him pretty soon so that he doesn't screw me over. Nice.
There. Now I have a chance.
And that pretty much just buys me a free turn to heal. And that is how you play this fight. You just use healing potions. Obviously, he will out-trade you doing that, so that's why you use the healing potion too. The grandest of Gigas. Yeah, there's so many. We fight a lot of Gigas in this game. And they all have ridiculous names and things like that that I don't understand. Maybe they have some place in like some kind of lore, but I don't know. So this fight is going not great. He's doing a lot of damage. He's doing Munch a lot, which we really hate to see. It just does a ton. Which is why I had to concede to healing a little bit early. Yeah, it's so crazy, man. You have no idea. So there's like during this fight and another fight we do at about the 3-hour mark, we just despise our AI because we have a couple of items that we absolutely, like, the run is pretty much dead if we don't have them. Heal Potion 2 is one of them. Heal Potion 3 is one of them later on. Because you can't buy anything except for a basic Heal Potion out of stores, which only does 50 HP. So you can imagine as it goes up, that has less and less value. As your health gets, grows, I guess I should say. I'll use 1 health just for consistency's sake. And your teammates will just use them for no reason. Like, without you telling them to do something, they just do what they feel like. It's crazy. I also play Ni no Kuni, if we have any fans of that. That's also made by the same people, level 5. So those 2 games together are just some of the worst AI you'll probably ever see. Which just blows my mind. If we miss with this, we're in some heat. I might have should have just crossed. Oh, terrific. Wow, I can't say it. It's been a long time since I made it past multi-gigas. Ni no Kuni and this game together are just some of the worst AI you'll ever experience. However, Ni no Kuni, at least they can't use items. Looking forward to the second one. Oh yeah, it comes out in just a few days. less than a month. Wait, what is today? It comes out in, as of right now, a month and a day. Yeah, I cannot wait. I will be routing the second one the day it comes out. I am so stoked for it. Ni no Kuni is my game, man. I love it so much. If you guys are interested, just definitely check out the speedrun community for that game as well. We would love to have you. And like I said earlier, flat HP scales so much harder than flat HP scales a lot harder than defense or anything like that. So we prioritize getting HP over everything. Oops. Forgot to do a couple things actually. It's been so long since I've made it past multi-gigas that it's just like crazy to me. Cool, good to go.
We were so close. Ugh.
How do I like the story of Ni no Kuni? Oh, this story? I have no idea what this game's even about. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really know. I mean, I've watched some of the, like, there's a YouTube video for both Ni no Kuni and this game called the Ni no Kuni and the White Knight Chronicles movies, which is literally every cutscene of the game laid end to end in like a cinematic fashion, and that is how I know anything about the story for both of those games. Actually, I've never played them casually. I've never played any game I speedrun casually for some reason. It's just how I prefer to play them. It's odd. But Ni no Kuni's story was obviously written by, with help from Studio Ghibli, which is a lot of people would consider the greatest to ever do anime, by far. So they had a lot of help, and there's a reason that story is... I think the Ni no Kuni story might be one of the greatest video game stories ever. The depth, the character development, it's just... The game is a treasure. I really can't say enough about it. Whereas this game, on the other hand, this game is just it's just something. It's just a game. So you'll notice right there, when you get knocked down, if you get hit by something that gives you a slight amount of stagger, you'll immediately stand up. So we don't ever really do that on purpose, but it is helpful from time to time. Studio Ghibli had a say in not only the OST, but some of the actual story progression, as far as like the plot is concerned, as well as obviously like the animated cutscenes and things like that. Wow, Judgmental Skeleton, are you saying that about this game? Had dub titles? That's crazy. And Kaios, thank you so much for the host, my friend. I'm sorry I missed you. I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate the raid, man. You are the best. Well, no, I didn't know the story until I watched the movie. I'm sorry. I guess I should have specified or spoken a little bit more clearly in regards to that. Ni no Kuni has dub titles, really? Oh, you know what? Are you talking about the one on DS? And a lot of people think that that Studio Ghibli is not going to be in the second one, but it's quite interesting. So the lead animator from Studio Ghibli and the lead music designer, the music director from Studio Ghibli as well, are both working on Ni no Kuni 2. However, Studio Ghibli had a death in one of the high-up executives. Wow, this is bad. And as a method of respect for that guy, they went into basically a small shutdown. And that shutdown happened to fall in the middle of the period of time where they were designing Ni no Kuni 2. So basically, without the Studio Ghibli label, the head animator and the head music director were still able to work on the project with them. So that is nice.
Everything feels so new.
Oops, I should probably use a couple of revives here, just to be safe. Yeah, because I feel like the second, or the Ni no Kuni on the PlayStation 3 is very, very well subtitled, as well as is very well translated into voice acting. I think the voice actors do an incredible job in both Japanese and in English for that game. So we're going to switch back to Leonard here. That was really unfortunate that we got so unlucky, but it's okay. Oh, yeah. He's Welsh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're talking about Drippy. Mr. Drippy. Mr. Drippy the Troll. Actually, my emote for my channel is Mr. Drippy. He's classic. Just ridiculous. His music is dope. No, not all. Yeah, so it's a lot of people thought that Ghibli was out, but they weren't actually allowed to work with them under the name Ghibli for legal purposes. So they basically did it as a contract situation. But yeah, I watched the movie of cutscenes for this game, and that is all I know about the story. And I didn't even make it through the whole thing. Whereas Ni no Kuni, because I've speedrun it so many times, I've pretty much accumulated all the story I can that I wasn't able to see in the Ni no Kuni movie of cutscenes as well. So that is the gist of all my experience. The dragon is usually right up here, and we got really lucky that he's not, because he does a lot of damage and knocks your whole team down. Are those pigs, tigers, or wolves? They're kind of a mix of all of them. The boars and the jackals. Now the jackals are slightly better, but they do they're like the exact same character model, just colored a little differently. Oh, I ran the wrong way, I think. No, I didn't. Why, oh why, is this giant here? Usually you don't see a second giant, so that's a little unfortunate. Oh yeah, you do. I remember where I'm at now. I think I ran a wrong way in my PB, and that's why it's confusing me a little bit. So as you can see, these guys will get in your way, and I have to heal right in front of them in order to make it around them sometimes. Terrific. This went really well. So not only Flanders, for some reason, this zone that I'm in, will blue screen my computer on occasion. No, none of us know why. But it really does. It'll blue screen my computer and shut this whole thing down. So I made a bunch of save states. Also, you'll die there pretty frequently as well. Maybe I can be rehyped and expect it to be awesome now. Once Ghibli's hooked, I'm involved. Yeah, it's going to be great, man. It's going to be a great game. If you haven't checked it out, there's actually 18 minutes of gameplay released by IGN on YouTube, and then another 8 minutes after that got released today by Bandai on their channel. And they're basically where the first one left off, the second one starts. So yeah, super great stuff. It helps me because I'm going to route the speedrun the second I can get a hold of a copy of the game. There we go. Wow, you're just a piece of work. So I'm really, really excited based off what I've seen, and I think the game has so much going on and so much going for it that I think it's going to be a really, really good game. Verto.
White warrior, wielder of the ancient sword, grant me your power. Verto.
He gave me a big high five indeed, my friend. This fight is also quite dangerous, but because I'm much higher level than I usually am, I think we'll be fine. Also, I didn't forget to equip Karo with heal, which is huge. Sometimes I do, and it really makes this fight more difficult.
Let's finish this.
Well, I don't know why I'm doing regular slashes. I can get away with crossfire. Check them out. Absolutely check them out. Obviously, there are spoilers if like you don't want to know anything about the story. A few of the speedrunners of Ni no Kuni are that way right now. So, spoiler tag. You know it's a playthrough of the first 20 minutes or so. So obviously, you know you're gonna be spoiled a little bit. But if you're interested, absolutely check it out. It's incredible. There's one video that showed the Ni no Kuni 2 how the ability tree is gonna work on like this slider system, and I think it's really gonna be conducive to speedrunning. So I'm really excited. I hope it's faster than the first one, even as a speed game. That would be terrific. But back to White Knight Chronicles. This is the dragon. We take that first phase really slowly because the second phase is where you run the risk of dying. He does a lot of damage. You do get the Black Knight to help you, so he dies pretty quickly. But you don't really have the HP total to just live through all these attacks. So you kind of got to play a little bit slow in the beginning. It's morphin' time. Yeah, it is funny. It's so funny sometimes to see. So, man, I cannot believe I have so much money to buy all those potions. That's terrific. But it's funny to see. We use, even for like some normal fights in this game, we'll switch into Knight and you just pummel these tiny little things. It's hilarious. Nice. The Black Knight actually has 3 different abilities he uses. Sonic Blade is the best one. It does the best damage and has like a knockback functionality, a small amount of hit stun. We really like to see that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on world record pace. There's my naked boy over there. It cracks me up. Oh, yikes. If Belsatane goes really well, this could be a run. This could be a good run. Oh, I am so sorry. I forgot to turn my Streamlabs off. I'm going to do that right now. With only 4 hours to go, basically a free record. Exactly. And the hardest parts are still yet to come. So, GG confirmed. That was a Ni no Kuni notification. That's my one of my notifications. If you guys could not tell, I'm a Ni no Kuni fanboy. Great game. Oof. The elevators in this game are just awful. They take forever, and you can't actually do anything while you're in them. You can't open a menu or anything, so you can't even make use of the time. Whoop. I'm so glad I remembered all this. Oh, I haven't made it to Greed in so long. Once you make it to Greed, the run gets a lot easier. So it's very nice that we made it this far. Yep. I'm facing the wrong wall. Sorry, I'm trying to turn these things off at the same time. Alright, we should be good on Streamlabs bothering us from now on. Anyways, why did you decide to run this game? That's a good question. So, Ni no Kuni I obviously played. I fell in love with just how Ni no Kuni was constructed and how the game functions and everything. I really like it as a speed game. So then I remembered that my dad a long time ago, who also played Final Fantasy XI with me, okay, cool, who also played Final Fantasy XI with me, was a big fan of it as a whole. So he went and bought this game because the reviews online said that it was similar to Final Fantasy XI, but for a single player. So so he went and bought it. He played it a little bit and decided it was not what he was into, and it pretty much just collected dust on our shelf. Now, when I moved out some years back, I took all the PlayStation 3 games with me, and after running Ni no Kuni, you know, about half a year or so ago, I decided I wanted to play this game too, since it was made by the same people, and I routed it. There were no runs for it or anything like that, so I pretty much routed it, did all that, and had a really good time with it. And here I am today, still running it, enjoying myself. It is a bit of a meme for sure, but it's a good game. It's chill. Especially if you make it to this point, we are in really good shape. I haven't seen the inside of Greed in a long time.
Exaggerated.
But yeah, I already had it, and I knew it was made by Level 5. And after running this game, I got so excited about Level 5 and enjoying their game so much that I went and bought Rogue Galaxy and both Dark Clouds. I've yet to speedrun either of those. I'll get around to it eventually. But I plan to also buy White Knight Chronicles 2 at some point and route and do a run of that. But all those things will have to wait until after May. So, don't really have the time to set aside just as of yet. Have you played the Attack of the Friday Monsters? I have not. I have not played it. Ah. Wow. Literally everybody besides the guy I want to speak to. So right here, we go down here and we get this golden nugget. It's a little hidden, but it is like the highest selling item that you can probably pick up. There might be some things that sell for a little bit more. I can't remember. Regardless, the nugget is so good. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Rogue Galaxy, oh my god, Rogue Galaxy is so cool. Unfortunately, I have a PS2 copy and I don't own a PS4, and the fastest way to run it is in fact on the PS4. So that has been what has been keeping me that is what has been keeping me from dedicating the time I need to learn the Rogue Galaxy run. Because it's a significant difference, like over 30 minutes just in gameplay and loads and what have you. I think Rogue Galaxy is so cool. I think the plot and everything, the characters are very cool. I think the ability tree system where you utilize items and things like that, I think that is such a cool system as well. Level 5 game that has no combat. Yeah, oh man. So level 5 definitely has a huge 3DS repertoire. They made a lot of really famous 3DS games. Or famous for the 3DS. I mean, as famous as a 3DS game can be, obviously. Going straight to handheld is the equivalent of going straight to DVD in the film industry. They have a soccer game, I believe, that is like their best-selling game of all time, even better than Ni no Kuni. I can't remember what that soccer game is called, but it's on the DS. It's like a soccer RPG or something. It's ridiculous.
Really? I think I kind of like it.
Good thing we're not moving here.
What is not up to your standards?
The soccer games have a full anime series. Oh, really? That doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of really good sport animes out there. So right here, pretty much anytime I'm in the city in this run, it's just going to be running errands for people or speaking to certain people to progress the storyline before we get back to the action. It's huge in Japan. That doesn't surprise me, because when I looked at level 5's overall sales rates and things like that, that game was far and above everything else. And Ni no Kuni wasn't even second. I believe it was like some professor or doctor, or something weird I cannot recall off the top of my head. But basically what's going on right here is we have to basically get an audience with the king of this area, and the king will not just see just anybody, so we have to make it worth his while by finding him this statue. So we bartered our way into the black market to acquire that said statue, but it's missing one of its jewels, so we have to actually go and get one of those jewels from a very dangerous critter called the fire lizard. And so, which means we got to do some more running, some more knighting, some more fighting. Hopefully no dying, though. Now, I wouldn't call it a glitch, so let's not get crazy. But let's not revolt or anything like that, please. Don't report me. But there's a bug. I don't know what you would call it. It might. I'm not gonna say the word glitch, but there's definitely something wrong with the fight that we're about to do. If you switch into, first of all, there's 3 lizards you fight. 2 of them are ice lizards, which are very weak, and 1 fire lizard, which is quite strong. Now, if you fight as your normal selves, which you can definitely do, because they're not too hard, they're not bosses or anything like that, you have to fight all 3 of them. Well, if you switch to the knight and you kill just one of them, the whole fight just ends for some reason. It's weird. But it saves like a couple minutes. Yeah, it's a fetch quest where you need to fetch something on the opposite side of the world. What a surprise. How unique. Very creative. The only issue right here is... Oh my goodness, he turned around. Oh, wow. Bummer. We don't want to get slept or KO'd, rather, by the bees. They have a move that KOs you, which is basically just stun. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's so weird. And I've done it and tested it, and it happens every single time. If you go into the night and you just kill one of the weak lizards, instead of the one that takes a lot longer to kill, the whole fight just ends with the other 2 still alive, and it's like, congratulations, you did it. It is interesting, to say in the least. Make sure I'm going the correct direction. So you can auto run and open up the map. Some people have suggested that it might lower your lag, but I don't really notice enough of a difference to care. But it is nice, in case you're not sure about where you're going, you can always check. And it makes it a little bit harder to get lost. Occasionally, in places like the Underbelly or in Van Halen, you can still get lost. Just because it's like a network of tunnels that even a map doesn't always help you figure out. So we made it here. This was a very healthy run. Usually at least one person, sometimes 2, are dead, and I have to revive them at this point. But we made it through there with on a pretty good pace, and really good pace, and a lot of really high HP. So we're in good shape. And after this, we get Caesar, and everything gets better for a few minutes at least. Okay, terrific. We're exactly where we need to be. The only issue is sometimes it takes too long to turn to night and your party dies, but because everybody's so healthy, we shouldn't have that issue.
White warrior, wielder of the ancient sword, grant me your
Verto. So as you can see, I'm just going to crossfire 1 ice lizard here. This one. And boom, the fight is over. What is that about? Why does that happen? It makes no sense. Oh, whatever. Terrific. I would not call that a glitch. I would call that just a feature. An Easter egg. It's probably more of a bug than anything. I don't know how that works or like what kind of coding would prompt something like that. It's just really strange. If it was a fetch quest 2 doors down, I don't think they would ask a guy with a giant knight to go fetch it. That's very true. They'd be like, you know what? It's at this guy's house. He lives right across the street. You know, I forget it. I'll get it myself. So this really rare item you can only find at the convenience store right down the road. So right here we have 2 options. We can either die, or we can run to the save all the way up here. Typically, I found that running to the save is better. Every time you die, you can continue, and the only thing that it costs you is a percentage of your EXP. But at this point, we need every little inkling of experience points we can get. So taking unnecessary death definitely does not help. Didn't you mention that you have the magic build until... Yeah, we use it here in the underbelly, which is coming up. And then that's the last place that we will use it. Oops. What the heck? That's fine. Just use this. Can't use that right now. I beg to differ. That's why I always run out. There we go. That was my fault. Yeah, we use magic here a little bit in the underbelly, which is where we're about to go right now. But other than that, we will not use it for the rest of the game, besides healing magic. So we're already exactly where we need to be. Terrific.
We'll get nowhere without that statue.
The legendary power cells. So right here, it's crazy, this insanely valuable statue. They say if you go find the jewel that's needed to fix the statue, you can just have the whole thing. And that's great. Terrific. Wonderful. Is this game freaking amazing? It is something. It is freaking something. And amazing is just really, I guess, based on personal opinion. But I would say that it is certainly something. Just exactly what it might be is subjective. It's funny to watch at the very least. I got to what level am I? Level 10? Yeah, that's bad. I might have should have taken some extra fights while I was in Flanders, but it's okay. We should be fine. We're just gonna take a bunch of fights in the underbelly anyways, so Jake Bartling, are you a fan of this game yourself? Or are you just adding to the memeage? Because either way, I appreciate you. Now casually, this game was a bit of fun. I did enjoy it. It wasn't difficult. There was a lot to do. But in the speed run, we literally run it past everything. We don't. It's a bit of a joke, in the same way that Final Fantasy XII is a joke. There's no real strategy except for certain fights, and even then, we just hit a button and mash X and pray that we come out victorious. And if that's not a good speed game, then I don't know what is. And right now, we're about to get the GOAT, the gangsta, the man himself, Caesar. Now, Caesar is actually the king's son that we came to visit, so that we could gain access to an area we don't have access to, which is the Bunker Load Caverns. And Caesar joins us, the prince. He says, I'll go with you. You've got the note to go ahead and pass through the gates. And but I'm coming with you. Now, Caesar is level 20 to everybody else's level 10. And look how many status. So this is a long menu. You're going to have to bear with me for this. I apologize. But we pretty much just get Caesar a ton of stats. And we make him like an unkillable juggernaut. It's really is wild. Axe. So you'll notice that longsword, which I think is called longsword. Longsword, axe, and spear give HP bonuses when you take advantage of. Ah, you know what? I went too many, so I got axe for no reason. Chop, impale, skewer, shield bash, iceworm fang, dart. What am I missing? Oh yeah, spearmaster. Carve is like one of the strongest abilities in the game. It's ridiculously good. But I want to use... I'm doing this in certain orders to guarantee that I will have enough points. There it is. What am I missing? Sweep and carve, impale, skewer, iceworm fang, dart. Oh, duh. Silly me. And fortify. Alright, terrific. We're good to go. And now we just put Caesar in. And we are ready to rock. Sorry about that menu. I do it a little differently every single time because there's so many points, and I screwed that one up just a tad, but it's okay. We're not in the worst shape. As long as you get all the HP stats, that is by far the most important thing. And before we go into the underbelly, I'm gonna do one more menu, but I need to make sure that I got everything else dealt with ahead of time. We need an RPG set in a really scummy world where everyone lies to you or demands cash to give you tips. Go on a fetch quest. That sounds awful. That sounds like it would be super stressful. I feel like that's what this new, what is it, the Kings whatever, the new Skyrim looking game that's been everywhere. I feel like that game is kind of like that. That would be stressful, but it would sell well. I have a sneaky suspicion.
Now we can reach the Caldera.
So here we sell all our junk again. And leather shield. Nice sword. Buckler. Nice sword. Desert tunic. And spectacles are garbage. And we buy Leonard 3. Caesar 3. And we'll buy Leonard 3. And we're good for now. Money is super hard to come by here, so we gotta be very careful about what we do. It's like a movie, really. 10 minutes of gameplay. That's crazy. Yeah, I watched a little bit of people playing it, and it does crack me up. It is interesting.
We may get this town moving after all.
So right here we go and we speak to this weird dude, Amir. Can you capture monsters in this? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. I need to give Caesar his combo here in a second. So as you can see, look at Caesar's HP compared to everybody else. 410. Just ridiculous. He is an absolute beast. And pretty soon we'll put him in a set of armor that makes him just a truck. He just runs through everything with no opportunity. Or with no issue, rather. There it is. Chop. Carve. Pentaslam. You could have captured a Dragon Knight to, you could have captured a Dragon Knight. Yeah, that is, I mean, just wait and see, I guess. See what happens, Kappa. Oops. There's one thing I forgot. So like I said, we do use magic. What? Alright, terrific. Now Caesar kills most of these things in one hit, so I won't use my magic on everything. Here we go. Now I'll use magic. So again, it's just for the spiders. Spiders are weak to fire, so as you can see, we do a good amount of damage to them, and we fight them in groups a lot of times. Okay. Well, we can let Caesar do that. Caesar's combo is enough to one-shot any non-boss enemy in the game as soon as you get him. As long as you do the combo the way I do it, you'll one-shot everything from now until forever. I need to wait for my team to get in here. There we go. Now this is the underbelly. If anybody is ever interested in speedrunning this game and can find a way to skip this section, it would be incredible. It would really change everything about the run. Now I was able to glitch out of bounds, but not enough to skip this zone as a whole to be able to hit a loading trigger. So maybe it's possible, maybe it's not. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, I wouldn't have been able to submit it to the marathon if that was the case, or I wouldn't be able to do the trick. But we don't have a trick right now. We're very close, or at least I got really close. I say we. I got really close when I tried. So it makes me think that maybe there's something to it, but maybe it was just false hope and nothing more. You like the design of Sun King? Yeah, you should see how I end up doing that fight. It's quite hilarious. It is. It's probably the easiest fight in the whole game, because you literally do nothing. But Sun King does look very cool. I think the Black Knight looks amazing. The Dragon Knight obviously is like the coolest thing ever. So I think they did a great job with a lot of the character models. I think they did a great job with a lot of the battle systems and things like that. There's just some things about it that are just a little too clunky. It's Mirror's Edge glitchless? Nah, not quite. Not quite that bad. We actually don't have any real glitches. If we could get away with underbelly skip, that would be amazing. That would change this game a lot. Oh, pfft. Caesar's gonna combo it. Might as well move on with our lives. I'm gonna wait for my team to catch up right here so they don't catch unnecessary aggro. Alright, cool. We're good. I pulled this spider aside because I need the XP from him. Okay, is that cool? But we don't want to aggro the giant. We still got him, but it's okay. It does nothing for us. We want all the EXP we can get. If you had a Incorruptus, which one would I have? Oh, the dragon, no doubt. No doubt about it, dude. It's so cool. Oh, wow, you gotta be kidding me. It's whatever, I'll let Caesar deal with you. The dragon Incorruptus is just is sick. Black Knight is really cool as well. Sun King is really cool as well, looking wise, but I think the dragon is just so much better than everything else. Okay, let's level 11. I need to keep track of how much EXP and money I get while we're in here. It makes a big difference.
Don't you think this is a bit overblown?
Which one? Which arc would you choose, my friend? Move left, go right. I think the knight is probably the worst one. I don't like the... It's a running meme in my channel about how the white knight has like super high heels and he looks quite silly. The Sun King is cool, man, but he underperforms with it. That's for sure. I don't want to fight him. You can actually take that fight in there for extra EXP, but it does add a couple of minutes, and I don't feel like dealing with it. We should be good on experience points as long as both spider sections go really, really well. Sun King is so cool looking, but he just gets whooped so bad that I just lost all respect for him from that moment forward. So yeah, I'm going out of my way to fight all these things, even though it's obvious according to the minimap that we don't need to, but we need to be as close to level 15 as possible by the time we get to Belcetane, and this is the only area where you're going to get just a really large amount of enemies that are relatively easy to kill. Guess we can heal. Sorry, this is unfortunately some downtime in the run because it's basically just a giant maze, and we're running around. So sorry, not too eventful. I apologize. If you guys have some dank memes in chat, feel free to send them my way. Here's a question for you guys that we do sometimes in my chat. If you are familiar with some of these actors, tell me which one you get rid of, and all of their work would have to go with them, obviously. Now, me and my chat disagree with this significantly, so we'll see what you guys have to say. If you had to get rid of Will Smith, Leonardo DiCaprio, Johnny Depp, or Denzel Washington, you have to get rid of one and all of their work. Which one do you choose, and why? And Isogrim once again with all of them. Yeah, they're actually actors, musicians, all that kind of stuff. if anybody's watching and or listening, feel free to share. It was really hard for me, just because I like all of them so much. The heck is Leonard? I chose Denzel as well. Thank you. I chose Denzel as well. Will Smith has just done too much. Yeah, Will Smith has just done too much. You can't afford to get rid of him. Besides TV, movies, and music, and all of that, he's just... Leonardo DiCaprio has been... It's between Johnny Depp and Denzel for me. It's super hard to decide between those two, because I respect what Johnny Depp did as Jack Sparrow and those kinds of movies. But outside of that, like, he hasn't released anything like Shutter Island or, you know, Inception. Movies that made you really go, oh my god, this is amazing. Besides, like, Gilbert Grape or something like that of his older era. If we can dodge this giant, that would be so dope. So I queued my team to attack there in hopes that they would dodge the giant, and they did not. So that's quite unfortunate. Oh no, don't get me wrong, Denzel has done some amazing stuff. I just don't know if it's enough for him to take priority over the others. Wow. Okay, at least he got EXP for that. So we'll switch to Caesar right here and just do some work. You don't always have to fight this guy. Sometimes you can make it through this room without him getting you. But in this case, we couldn't. And we can't afford to switch to Knight here because there's actually a fight in the next room where we're going to need it. Johnny Depp was in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, you're right. That was a great movie. Fear and Loathing, great movie. Like I said, man, none of them are slouches, right? None of them are slouches. It's hard to choose. It really is. I just think that Denzel, in my opinion, has the weakest resume as far as movies that I consider interesting to me. Because I chose Denzel. I did to get rid of, but and it's just hard to say, man. It really is. Man, Leonard is just doing pathetic damage. And I can't afford to use too many combos because I need Leonard to store up AC. So I guess I can kind of explain that now. I didn't really do that yet. So AC, which is what you use to turn into Knight. Wait, what the heck? You need 7 points of AC, right? To turn into Knight. You get an AC every 3 attacks that you land, and every 3 attacks that are landed onto you. Now that doesn't mean 1 attack in one fight and then 2 in the next fight. That means all 3 consecutively in the same fight will earn you an AC. Just 1. So to go from empty to being able to Knight, that is obviously 21 AC. So you can see why it's so important to salvage that stuff, or to get out of fights early so that we level up and refill our AC. It's also why Slash and Chop and things like that are better, because they don't cost any AC and they come out a lot faster. So it's kind of annoying to deal with and manage. The only way to force it up is to use charge drinks. A charge drink will give you 1 AC, 1 action chip back. Higher level charged drinks obviously restore a little bit more. So part of the game is managing that, and part of the game is making sure that you die in order to refill that, or you level up in an intelligent way. So I need to salvage my AC and not get greedy with it here by using Leonard's combos or anything like that. Just tons of EXP, tons of things we can sell. So killing that guy is never, it doesn't really hurt us. We kill him in my PB and everything. So it's not it doesn't hurt the run or anything. It's just annoying because sometimes you can make it past him without fighting, and then it's really, really nice. Gonna have to go with DiCaprio because you hate Titanic. Yeah, in Shutter Island and Inception and things like that. Dude, I can't get rid of him. I think Will Smith is immediately safe, but Django, oh my God, The Departed, man. Even his role in Gilbert Grape was astonishing. I thought it was amazing. Now, if you guys think we have settled that one, I have another one for you that chat disagrees with quite regularly, if you're interested in hearing it. You really hate Titanic, my lord. But you'll see, so this is look, Blade Storm did 22 mana, strike costs 4. And you can see that I used it, and they do the exact same damage. 150, strike actually does more. It just blows my mind. It doesn't make sense. That's part of why this game is such a meme. They give you these really, really cool looking abilities, but they're just not good. They're not good. Okay, so this was the other one. There's only 3 this time. You have to decide to get rid of one actor that I'm going to name and all of their work. And those 3 actors are Tom Hanks, Robert De Niro, or Jack Nicholson. Tom Hanks, De Niro, or Nicholson. In my opinion, this one's much harder. I think Tom Hanks is like safe for the rest of his life. And then you have to decide who's better between De Niro and Nicholson. Like, you're crazy, right? There's no right answer. That's what I'm saying. No is the appropriate answer. It really is. Once again, it's agreeing with all of them. Just plead the 5th. That is the intelligent thing to do. It really is. I don't disagree with you guys. I mean, what do you do? That's an impossible situation. Oh, Leonard leveled up. Yay! Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, good. So we're in pretty good shape. What is he, level 11? 13? Wait, are you serious? Oh my goodness, this is great.
Hey, how much longer?
Too much longer.
How far do these corridors go?
We ought to be there soon.
We're about halfway through, right, Amir? Young master, don't leave me!
Oh, I can So, Sloa is actually away right now, and I'm managing the stream. I can't actually switch that command right about now because I don't have access to his bot. So I do apologize for that. That is my fault. Terrific.
Hey, wait up!
Eldor is also leveled. Awesome. Hank, but then De Niro? Like, what do you think about De Niro, man? How do you get rid of De Niro? Nicholson has been in... Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Isn't that crazy? I just want to make sure I'm going the right way. If you go the wrong way at any point, you have to basically do the entire zone over again. So it just a glance at my notes, it's definitely worth it. Hey, ironic. I appreciate the love, man.
So, are we lost?
Oh my god. Think about all the Mafia movies he's been in that were just amazing. Actually, so you want to know a funny fact? I asked this question in chat, and somebody told me this, and I looked it up, and it's true. De Niro's highest grossing movie of all time, Meet the Fockers. Can you believe that? Out of all the movies that De Niro has been in, you're gonna choose Meet the Fockers as his highest grossing movie? That is just crazy to me. It blows me away. I guess people have taste, am I right? Hey, thank you so much, Disco Soup Fly. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, we try to stay. A lot of the games I run are how should I say this? They've got downtime, such as this. They're long RPGs, so we always have to kind of make our own entertainment from time to time. And none of us have any problem doing that. We always have a hoot. So right here we fight the same spider we fought previously, except there's two of them. Oh, absolutely. Much wider audience. Much wider audience. You're totally correct. But my goodness. Meet the Fockers. Come on now. Godfather? It's Godfather. I believe that, like, Godfather is what it is, and there just isn't another one. Then you have The Departed. One of the greatest movies ever. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Oh yeah, totally. It just surprised me quite a bit, I guess is what I'll say. Oops. What else was I going? Oh, okay, so how about this? Goodfellas, well, that's what I'm saying, man. Goodfellas and Godfather, head to head. What are you choosing? Between those two, give me that. Between Goodfellas and Godfather, which movie do you think is better? Sure, we'll just crossfire his head. I mean, I guess that's really what the question comes down to, am I right? Yeah, I mean, money-wise, it wasn't even close. It definitely did beat both. Okay, how about this? If I threw Liam Neeson into that group, so Tom Hanks, De Niro, Nicholson, or Liam Neeson, which one are you choosing? Does that help at all? Do you immediately get rid of Neeson, or does the question just become that much more difficult? Because, you know, a lot of people would consider Schindler's List the greatest movie ever made, or at least top 3. So, where do you guys stand on something like that? Still Hanks, huh? Man, I feel like Forrest Gump. I feel like Big. I feel like all those. Tom Hanks has just done too much. I felt like Tom Hanks was like the only one that was immediately safe. I'm getting rid of Van Cleef right off the bat. This fight could have been a lot faster, but I forgot to use Caesar's AC. I don't know if he actually had any, but... We're also not doing great damage with the Knight right now. That's a shame, but... Looks like we're going to come out of Underbelly still in the green, which is terrific. Caesar does almost as much damage as the Knight does. Like, he is ridiculously broke. That should be it right there. Terrific. Now, if you forget to hit one of the switches in either of these spider rooms, you do have to do the underbelly all over again. Fortunately, I've never made that mistake, and I don't plan to today. Oh, man. Yeah, so I chose Van Cleef as well. Clint Eastwood is just too good to me. And it's not just because of that. It's also because Clint Eastwood has had a hand in directing some of the greatest movies ever made as well, whereas Van Cleef has just solely his, oh wait, what did I do here? Let's run back where it's safe really quick. Oh, I know what I did here. I have to run, this way. Foolish. Silly me. Yeah, there we go. But like I said, that's not an easy question. Not an easy question at all. We're about to leave the underbelly, and get back to some more entertaining content. But we still have a little bit of downtime, so I'll leave you guys with this one more before we get back to the game talk. And this one is going to be music. Do you get rid of Michael Jackson, Prince, or the Beatles? You got to get rid of one and all of their work. Which one do you choose? Michael Jackson, Prince, and the Beatles. I feel like my answer is easy, but some people have a die-hard Prince attachment, and I just don't share that that same emotion apparently.
We get to meet the Demi-Thor.
Nothing makes the time go by like a little conversation.
I also would get rid of Prince. Terrific. Still leaving Underbelly green. That's amazing. Super easy Prince. Okay, see, I was the same way, and a lot of people were like, "How dare you? How dare you speak of Prince as such? He created rock and roll." I'm like, no, he did not. Okay, and then that... So in that situation, then, cut Prince out of the equation. Solely from Michael Jackson and the Beatles, who do you get rid of? I feel like 2 options is not really fair. I feel like you have to have a third option at least. Otherwise, it diminishes the quality of the joke. Yeah. Well, Prince did die, but his work still exists, and I think that's more like he never was and he never did situation. Because I think we can all agree that Prince had some jams, but did he have as many jams as the others. I don't think so. I think that Michael Jackson and the Beatles just clearly outclassed Prince as an artist. And not to say he wasn't good. You would get rid of Michael Jackson over the Beatles. Wow, that is surprising. I can't, honestly, I have to say that Michael Jackson made a bigger impact on my life based on, you know, my age primarily. My father was huge into Michael Jackson as well, not as much the Beatles. So that is my reasoning. And I don't have, it's not a great reasoning, and I promise I don't have much better. So, dang it. There we go. And just enough money. Cool. I gotta go to Caesar real quick. So I did make a small flub there, but it doesn't matter. We are in good shape. Cool. Perfect. So as you can see here, money is very tight, and that happens quite frequently. But we should have enough revival powders to get us through all of Belcetane. 3. Yeah, I believe we still have. I believe we still have 9 revival powders, or at least 6, 7, 8, 7, something like that. Sorry guys, I was not reading chat. Let me catch back up. Beatles did too much for music. Michael Jackson wasn't important. Yeah, that's true. All those things you're saying are not incorrect. Nah, I would say personal business aside. So as far as like Michael Jackson and his court cases or his, you know, flair for the dramatic and things like that, personal life aside, if that makes a difference. I think he contributed a significant amount. I think both of them, the Beatles and Michael Jackson, contributed just a ton. However, I would agree that Michael Jackson did, in fact, that the Beatles did, in fact, change music as a whole, right? It was because of the Beatles that things and avenues and methods existed that the other artists were even able to succeed with, things like that. So I think the Beatles' contribution alone might make that question just impossible to answer. But then at the same time, for his respective genre, Michael Jackson really created pop music. I mean, it really changed what it was and what it would later become. So. Yeah, and pop music is popular music, you know? That's what it means. So, you know, it's going to be popular. And what's going to be popular in pop music is going to change. Whereas the Beatles took a genre that wasn't universally, you know, loved and appreciated. Oh, wow, you gotta be kidding me. And made it such. But at the same time, Michael Jackson is probably the greatest performer that we've seen, maybe ever. Maybe ever. So you also have to weigh that as an option as well. I don't know, it's just an impossible, it's an impossible question. I'm actually not going to revive Eldor. I'm not going to revive Eldor because I would like for us to gain all the EXP from these fights right here. Oh, but Leonard did just level. Well, we need to be 15 by Belsatane if we can. That would help tremendously. It doesn't look like it's going to be possible, though. Leonard, I'd appreciate it if you could throw me a heal, my dude. Fighting all out, huh? Why? Why are we not healing all out? Did I do something wrong? No, he definitely has the ability to heal. Odd. But anyways, I guess we can drop the questions. It's been I appreciate you guys for entertaining me and keeping this this stream entertaining while we progress through this area. Now this area right here, I'll catch you back up on what we have failed to talk about since we were so busy debating some hot takes. But as you can see, I have Caesar in a completely different gear set. This gear set makes him a wall, just an absolute juggernaut. He's incredibly strong now. Whoa, did not mean to do that. And he just rips through everything. He just tears everything apart. He's incredible. The Beach Boys, also incredible. What is my Twitch name? My Twitch name is going to be Isagrim or Ironic. There, I appreciate it. One of my day ones is in here. Yeah, that is going to be my Twitch right there. Professor_Palmer. Unfortunately, I can't change the bot while I play. I would have to do. I will, however, change it for the next runner when this run is over. So just make sure you remind me. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I have Streamlabs turned off. Otherwise, it would create a lot of noise during the run. But any follows, I appreciate it so much. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. But anyways, I'm sorry, to catch you back up, I kind of took a second. Right here we have to trip 3 different levers in order to unlock this the elevator. And Leonard is not being kind. No! Oh, it said he obtained it. Okay, cool. Then I need to get on him and ensure that he doesn't use that potion. Alright, cool, we're good. So, yeah, Caesar is basically an unkiller juggernaut at this point. We can just use him to run through everything. The reason I didn't bring Eldor back to life is because it doesn't split the EXP 3 ways. It just splits it 2 ways right now, and Leonard's experience are definitely much more important for this next fight that's coming up. Yeah, the games I run are trash. I really, maybe one day I'll decide to run a more popular or well-appreciated game. I think my biggest game is probably Parasite Eve, and Ni no Kuni is second. Everything else I run is pretty much just bad. As far as like the worst games I run, ranking best to worst, I would say that most people prefer Parasite Eve. I think second is Ni no Kuni. Sometimes those switch places as well. Sometimes people prefer Ni no Kuni to Parasite Eve. Then I would have to say Pets Cats 2 is the next worst. Then I would have to say this game, and then bringing up the tail end, I would say are Beyond the Beyond and Ragnarok Odyssey. I think Beyond the Beyond is probably the worst. That game is just absolute. Oh man, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Everything seems sturdy enough.
Really, that's funny. It's funny how that works. There's a lot of people who are like, what the heck? I don't have a great schedule. I have a really weird schedule because of work and things like that. That make it hard to guarantee when I'm going to stream exactly. So that does screw up some of my viewers a little bit, having to just kind of catch me when the notification goes up. Where's Leonard? Oh my god, idiot! So sometimes when you're right here, Leonard will just literally run downstairs and fight the enemies at the level below you and kill himself, and that's what he did here. So we're actually gonna leave because we will die. Luckily, the enemies do not regain health. From my perspective, yeah, guaranteed to make it to the very end of the game. Although one of my more famous Twitch clips is me choking away a world record at the very last little bit. Drop one more heal on myself. I should be okay. Must be dead. Yeah, combo 0-1 is incredible. I don't bother to name stuff. So here I'm going to actually open my menu in this guy's face and use. I thought Eldor had. Oh, he does. I need Leonard to get experience. There we go. But yeah, Parasite Eve, I have to say, that's at least the game that I get the most viewers. I don't know if it's because it's the best game. I would consider Ni no Kuni a better game than Parasite Eve, but I love them both. I'm always looking for game suggestions. So if you guys have... But my issue is I'm so picky about what I run. Primarily them being turn-based RPGs or RPGs of the like. Longer games especially. So right now I do have a few things, but I will be practicing Ni no Kuni a lot. Because I have to make sure that I'm ready for RPG Limit Break when that does come up in May. I'm considering I Am Setsuna. Obviously Ni no Kuni 2 will come out next month and I will start running that as well. So I'm excited about that. Hopefully I got the Switch at the last place. I can't remember if I did or not. I think Ni no Kuni 2 is going to be great to watch. I agree with you. Ooh, a miss. Leonard, what have you been doing this whole time? Yay! Okay, cool. So he did level up. That is good. And, okay, cool. So I did hit all the levers. Terrific. We're in good shape. And right here we're about to pick up an item, a gold nugget that will sell for 1,000 gold and help us. But all the gear that I've purchased already is all stuff that we will be wearing for the remainder of the run. He's now a high enough level to equip it, so I'm going to drop that on him here in a second. But it'll make this next fight significantly easier. I need the mage to die first. There we go. But just a little question in chat for you guys then. What is your favorite turn-based RPG of all time? Just give me some examples of your favorite RPG. Actually, it doesn't even have to be turn-based. Just give me your favorite RPG of all time and why. Because personally, I feel like mine is Legend of Dragoon. I played it as a kid with my dad a lot, and that's probably skewed my my opinion a little bit. The sentimental value it has. Final Fantasy IX is a very, very close second though, because that game really did change how I experienced video games as a kid as well. Well, it's not technically exclusive. Ni no Kuni 2 will be on the PC, so it'll be available on Steam the same day that it's available on PS4, which will be March 23rd. We got some... Oh, Final Fantasy 9. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Final Fantasy 6. Oh, Kefka is my favorite villain of any video game of all time, so I will never say that that doesn't deserve to be brought into the equation. There we go. Where are my Fencer's guards? There they are. And there was one more thing I wanted to do. Guess not. Oh yeah, I want to check my items. I can do that when I get there. So right here, you're gonna see me use Fortify. Fortify reduces damage basically by 50%. Not quite, because it's based on a percentage. But I use it from this point pretty much for the rest of the game. To take less damage as I run through here, because there's a lot of enemies here, and you can actually die if you just get a little unlucky by some of these knockdowns and some of these stuns. No, RPG of all time. Just it doesn't matter what console, it doesn't matter what system. Now right here, what we're going to do is we're going to run as far forward as we can and then stop right before the trigger. As to pull all the enemies that are going to continue to chase us into here. We're going to dispatch them, and then we're going to heal up and repair our gear. Okay, Breath of Fire. I've actually never played a Breath of Fire game. Can you believe that? Oh no. Chrono Trigger, great game. Earthbound. Oh, okay. So Earthbound, I'm not a huge Nintendo person as a whole. But I think Earthbound is probably, like, if you wanted to say it's the greatest RPG ever made. 2 heal potion 3s. Oh my goodness, guys. The gods of RNG are shining upon us with a heavenly light. Chrono Trigger is incredible. Chrono Cross, also incredible. But Earthbound is just, I feel like it was so well constructed, and the story was so unique and so different, and it was so ahead of its time with what the graphics were on the system. I just think it's a treasure. Wow, and a charge drink too. This is going to be really, really... so I'm going to rearrange some of my items really quick. Caesar needs to give this to Leonard. He needs to give this to Leonard as well. Fuck. Oh, sorry. I apologize for You heard nothing. What do I have too much of? I'm not getting rid of any of these things. Give it to G. There we go. No, give to Leonard. Okay, cool. Terrific. Mario, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, also a good game. I think Paper Mario is incredible. Pokemon is not a good franchise. Wow, that is a unpopular opinion. You are absolutely correct in that. That is a bold statement, my friend. Toss up between Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy 6, and 4. I've never played 4 myself. Oh no, that's bad. Is he silenced or something? Why is he... Oh no, he's just bad. Oh, he's dead now. Means I'll have to heal myself. Oh, come on, Caesar. I need you to not get us wrecked. Okay, so by the way, I should have mentioned this. This is the hardest fight in the game, probably. Not because the fight itself is super difficult, but more so because of the nature of how many phases are in this fight. There are so many phases. There's so many phases, and all of them are very, very difficult because it's more of like a battle of attrition than anything else. No, I don't need any repairs right now. I think I'm fine. And the only reason I don't need repairs is because Leonard is in a brand new set of gear. But before I kill him... Ooh, Golden Sun, wow. So, Beyond the Beyond, a game I have done a speedrun of. I think I'm probably the only person on Earth. Was made by Camelot, the same people who made Golden Sun. Be right back.
Let's dispense with the foreplay.
Oh, shoot. I, had to go answer the door really quick. We're fine. We made it. We made it. So Golden Sun was made by Camelot, who also made Beyond the Beyond, and I think that Camelot has a very interesting game style. I like them a lot. Have a good run. Hey, Disco, I'm sorry I missed you, man. Hopefully you're still around. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night yourself. And hopefully you can catch some of the other runs in this great marathon. Take it easy, man, and I appreciate you joining us in this chat adventure. I'm kind of sad that they stuck to the same game design strongly for every single mainline game. I can appreciate that complaint. I can appreciate that complaint for sure. Because aside from new Pokemon, which after a certain point it felt like they were adding too many, the games didn't have huge variance in how they were played. So I can attest to that. So right here I'm gonna revert, and I'm gonna start stocking up some I'm actually going to use this charge drink I have. Oops. No! Okay, terrific. Alright, we can go. Brilliant. Okay, so the reason I did that is so that I have an AC when we go into the next phase. Because the next phase is significantly harder than this one. And we need that AC. Wow, that died faster than I thought. Interesting. Six AC, so we need 3 more attacks to get off before the end of this fight. So that we can come on, we're almost there. Nice. Don't let me die.
White warrior, wielder of the ancient sword.
Come on, Verto. Oh, we skipped it. Thank goodness. So that ability does a ton of damage, and it might have stopped. It might have killed me and stopped me from getting into night. But we're not gonna have that issue. So far we are in really good shape. This is an incredible Belcetane so far. Your favorite generation? Yeah, my favorite generation is 1, considering that's the only one I ever played. I did dabble a little bit in Gen 2. when those games did come out. But ultimately, I didn't stick around. Final Fantasy XI I discovered at a pretty young age, and that consumed me for a good portion of my life. And that was the only game I really played a whole lot of from that moment forward. Wow, this is a bad fight. What kind of items we got here, buddy?
You gonna make it? Just stand your ground.
So for safety's sake, we're going to play this fight a certain way. I call this the MMO strat. This is how we deal with some of the in-game bosses. We basically just run away and stay out of range of all the attacks and just drop heals as we are able. And let the knight do all the heavy lifting. You run in, give him a heal, and then you run away. Granted, the fight does go quite a bit slower, but at this point for the marathon, it's worth just making sure that we don't die. No! Idiot! Quit using that item. I think he's out of revives anyways. Sorry guys, if I'm a little quiet, just trying to make sure that we don't lose this fight, because we have to do all of the phases over again if we screw this up. And I just want to make sure that there's no issue here so that we can continue with the sake of the run. I think we're probably good to go. I don't know what he's attacking that he has not staggered it yet, but it's kind of frustrating. I just, the reason I was also on Caesar is because I need those health potion items that he has to make it into the next phase. And if he uses them all up, then the next phase is actually really hard and super inconsistent. Yikes, come on now. Why you do me like this? Just a little bit more HP. Hopefully he gets that last one off. Well, he didn't. That's a shame. It's okay though. We should be able to finish this fight regardless. Because Leonard now comes out with full HP and mana. And the guy's only got a little bit of HP. As long as Caesar is able to get one more combo off, we're fine. Funny little fact, if anybody is interested in playing this game, if you hit R1 when you're knocked down, it'll increase the speed at which you stand back up. Fun little thing that I learned about the game from a viewer. Okay, cool, terrific. All right, so last phase of this is an easy one. If you have potions, and we have a lot.
Alright, time for a little payback.
And this is where we get Caesar's arc, the Dragon Knight. The coolest knight in the game. Just look how dope it looks. It looks amazing. It's awesome, and it does just crazy damage. Level 1, level 2, and level 3 dragon abilities are just super good. But basically, if you didn't have the health potion items that I fortunately have, you would just have to glass cannon DPS race this and pray that you win. And it is not a guaranteed win by any stretch of the imagination. It takes you like, yeah, it's crazy. It's really wild. But we're I've actually never had this many health items to lean on. It's very nice. Oh. Sonic in a Megazord, basically. Oh my goodness, that's so much HP. Oh my gosh. But I noticed that nobody said Legend of Dragoon. Is that not as popular a game as I like to believe it is in my mind? And you guys were talking about Pokemon, but between the Pokemon Digimon franchises, would you guys really prefer Digimon, or do you still, despite not being 100% in love with Pokemon, still choose it as the superior of the two franchises? And that could very well be that not enough people know about Legend of Dragoon. It could be absolutely true in that fact. In my opinion, Legend of Dragoon is just, it was ahead of its time, incredibly well done. Yes, we made it first try, Belcetane. It took a couple of minutes longer than it should have, but after that, honestly, I think we're good. I don't believe that we have any spots in the run where we're at risk of losing the run anymore. So it's time to chill. It's time to veg out. Grab your snacks, grab your junk food, grab everything you can, kick back, relax, and let the memes roll. I think it helped having the Leonard 15 before that fight started, for sure. So now we have to go all the way back to Ballendor. Yeah, see, I was born in 93. So Legend of Dragoon, it is like the most well-known unknown game. You're absolutely right. Like, it went greatest hits and everything. But it deserved every recognition, in my opinion, that Final Fantasy VII got. And that might be an unpopular opinion of mine. But I felt like it did everything right. I feel like it was just an incredible game. I should probably move those mana potions so that Eldor doesn't use them, but it's okay. Shoutouts to the 93 boys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What's going on, guys? I can't believe that 93 was that long ago. When I turned 25 just a few days ago, and I was like, holy crap, 25. That's unreal. Like, in my mind, I'm still 16. You know what I mean? Like, I have not grown up maturity-wise at all. It's crazy. The Cyber Sleuth games. I've never heard of Cyber Sleuth games. I'll have to check them out. Is this Hybrid Heaven SSJ Trolley? Hopefully I'm saying the name correctly. SSJ Trolley, no. This is, I don't know if that was a serious question or not. This is White Knight Chronicles International Edition. It is a relatively average, middle of the road RPG for the PS3 era. Actually, this game was released quite early in the PS3 life cycle compared to some of the other games. Oh, that's crazy. My sister was born in 97. So we like flip-flopped. So right here, we have to go back through Ballastor Plain. It's crazy. So if you are playing the game in the beginning, I ran through here. If you guys were around at the very beginning of the run, we ran through here all the way to Parma. It was the very first thing we did. It's where the game started, essentially. But if you were to take the route that I'm about to take now, you would notice that we pass by enemies that are very high level. So at level 1, if you happen to take the long way and just try to explore the map, you will get the just life stomped out of you. It's hilarious that they did that. It cracks me up. Because it's not super hard to get there. You got to run past all of these level 1 enemies. And then right, like, you know, about 100 yards from where I am now, it's just like a whole different world of, like, it's the same looking enemies as well. So it'll be a bee that looks like this bee right here. Same color and everything, but it'll be like 20 levels higher, and it'll just do a ton of damage. So it was really asking to just beat the crap out of some low-level people who were just trying to explore. Teach you to explore the maps. So yeah, right here you can see they're already aggroing me, doing 45 damage. That's ridiculous. Speaking of crazy flip-flops, what do you guys think about the fact that they are remaking Freaky Friday a third time? Disney is coming out with a new Freaky Friday movie. It is Jamie Lee Curtis is not in this one, which I feel like is kind of a she was in both of the first one and the remake, and now she's not in this one. Crazy. Disney is they're doing wild things, man. What? What's aggroing me? Come on now. I don't have time for this. There we go.
Are you feeling alright?
I'm fine. Let's just move.
Right here we're about to yeah. So the one with Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan is actually a remake. The first Freaky Friday came out much earlier. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I mean, you almost got to give her a nod in that situation, right? Okay, so this fight right here is quite annoying. But we are in such good shape money-wise and restoring items-wise that we should not have any issue whatsoever. Oh, a Discord message. Let me check that. But it's the same old Black Knight doing the same old stuff, same old shenanigans. And fortunately, this time you automatically get put into Knight, along with Caesar in his Knight. So you just beat the crap out of the Black Knight. My tab crashed. How unfortunate. Those were my notes. My notes for this highly incredible speed game. So yeah, the Black Knight makes multiple appearances. As you can see, this is already the third time that we've encountered him. Once we fought him early. The second time he fought with me at the dragon. And this is the third time, and we'll see him, I think, twice more? I think 2 more times. Wait, did the Dragon Knight use one of his potions? I wasn't paying attention. Alright, terrific. So we actually saved time on that split as well. Nice. So we are in for a marathon. I actually had no idea how this was going to go. I kid you guys not. I've been practicing this game because I hadn't played it in a while. And when I saw that Sloa had approved it for the marathon, I said, oh man, I might as well brush up, right? I might as well get a little bit better and make sure that I remember what I'm supposed to be doing. And I could not get past like the first 2 hours. I just kept dying or losing runs. Granted, I was resetting as well if I fell far enough behind. But yeah, it was really rough. And I was like, oh my god, this marathon is going to be awful. So I was so terrified that I went through the game and made like saves everywhere. But we are doing so much better than I had anticipated. We have more money than I thought we were going to have. We're a higher level. So everything is going right, it looks like, and at a pretty decent pace as well. Despite all the things I went out of my way to do to ensure a little bit of marathon safety. Now that we have a little bit more money, I'm going to go back here and sell some stuff and buy some mana potions because we will need them for later on in the game. There we. Oh, he's yet to equip that stuff. Yeah, so he did use one of his potions. That sucks. Oh well. No. That'll be alright for now.
Shall we head for the east gate?
Yeah, he said he'd meet us there.
A wise move.
I don't know why you have to exit on this side. It's to see some silly cutscene. This makes no sense. I wish I understood the story better, because right here you're going to see like a house that's in burning flames, and then you just leave. And I'm like, well, I feel like there's got to be a better explanation of what's going on here. But I have no idea. And then we go back to greed. And then we go to Frask Chasm. Now, Frask Chasm is one of the most annoying places in the run. And it's actually a place where we can save a great deal amount of time over the current world record. Because there's these dandelions that carry you places, and they run on a cycle that's timed. And you can only, like favorably, you want them to be blowing north every time you get to one so that it takes you the direction you want. If it's not blowing north and it is blowing south, you have to literally stand there and wait like multiple minutes for it to start blowing the direction that you want it to. So it is really, really annoying in that regard. And then Leonard needs to finish out Axe. I think he did all these, right? Yep. And this will be the last time I believe that we do this menuing, except for, like, obviously after the Sun King. Oops, wrong one. Would you say it blows? It does, exactly. That is exactly right what happens. What did I forget? Oh. Vitality. This was a fun game, but I never finished it. You know what? You're not the first person who has said that today. I think a lot of people share that with you, having never finished it. I never finished it playing it casually either. The only time I finished it, excuse me, was during a speedrun myself. So this is when we need to start just beefing everybody up with vitality and spirit. We need to get fortify, and we're good to go. So we should switch to Caesar, have him cast fortify on me, and then I take off running. And this is pretty much how we handle the rest of the game, as far as like encounters and stuff like that. And granted, there are times when you just get caught up in some bad enemy makeups and things like that, and you can't, you know, you die and you have to do one of these run stretches over again. It's not the end of the world. Thankfully, Leonard is strong enough to, if Caesar gets paralyzed, you can just continue with Leonard without much issue. And there are a lot of breaks. Anytime you hit a cutscene, it'll pretty much just free everybody and revive them as well if anybody died. So usually you just try to run, make it to the next cutscene, then everybody group up and heal and all that good stuff. Wow, he was not very close at all. So yeah, this right here is a prime example of you know how sometimes you just get screwed. Oh yeah, so funny story. So thank you for mentioning it. So the copy that was released with the White Knight Chronicles 2, actually it's so odd. At the very beginning of the game, the skills are different. So like the first set of skills that you can get right at the very beginning is changed. So I think that it's actually you have access to better skills in the one that's the combination of the two games, which is funny. And that's it as far as like differences in the game. That's the only thing. Yeah, it definitely it's not a game with replayability. Absolutely, I would say that. I'm a firm. I believe that in that very firmly. This game just doesn't have a whole lot of replayability casually, and honestly doesn't have a whole lot of replayability in a speedrun setting. Primarily just because there's no other runners of the game. So I did a couple of runs, and I got a time I was really happy with on my third one, on my third final, or fourth, I think, something like that. And it's actually been quite difficult to improve on it just because of how inconsistent everything can possibly be during this run. The skills, okay, so earlier you saw me, in the very beginning of the game if you're here, the swordsman skills and all that, the magic skills and the things that I learned at the beginning, you can actually, you learn them in a different way. You have fewer points to start off with in this one than you do in the combination game. So you can learn more skills at level 1 than you can in this version of the game. That's the only difference. The skills don't do anything different or any better damage. You just have access to more of them because for some reason you have 2 extra points in that version of the game than you do in this one. But unfortunately, you die a lot in this next area. So if I die and have to redo a stretch, it's not the end of the world. We're not losing the run or anything like that. It's just the way she goes, unfortunately. And that is another reason, though, why it's I haven't dedicated a lot of time to like super improving this. My PB in this game is a 5:06. It would be nice to make it a sub 5-hour run, but it would take just getting good RNG, and the amount of time that it might take to do so would just kind of not interested as far as that kind of time dedication for a game of this caliber. Terrific. That went really well.
Look,
And now we just move on with our lives.
Pretending.
I'm not even going to bother healing here. I really don't have to fortify. It's actually a really small stretch, but if I do happen to get rooted or paralyzed or something like that, it would be nice to be able to survive long enough to switch characters and finish the jog. Game name is incorrect. Not a White Knight anymore. True, true. I use the Dragon Knight in that spider fight especially because of it has a weakness to piercing damage. Otherwise, we use the White Knight and the Dragon Knight pretty much in tandem from this point forward. The Dragon Knight is usually what we'll do is alternate so that I can get away with using one every single fight. And then, like this, sometimes you're forced into it, into both. So you'll see me alternate between the two. Honestly, the Dragon Knight is just a lot better. Oh, I forgot to equip the Heroic Barrier. I need to make sure that I do that. But look at the difference in damage that the Dragon Knight is doing compared to the White Knight. It's significantly better. Talking 300 damage to 200. The only difference is like I think 2 levels. And we get a really, really strong weapon in Van Halen when we reach there for the Dragon Knight as well, and he only gets better. One cool thing about running this game is if you can absolutely just, while you mash through some of these fights, eat some food, text people, check your email. You can really just do whatever. It's nice. There are 2 unskippable cutscenes. One is at Belcetane. It's not very long. And there's another. Technically, there's 3. One's right before the final boss, and that one is multiple minutes. But all 3 of them give a decent amount of P-break time, so you definitely have some downtime. And then the game itself is very slow-paced and casual feeling. There's a continue feature, so if you die, you can just keep trying until you get it. So the run's not difficult to learn at all. As far as like optimizing and making it through with no deaths and every segment being super well done, that's a little bit different. But
I thought that was the end of us.
so here we just do some selling. There it is. Couldn't remember who picked it up. Okay, we're good to go then. Sorry, let me catch back up on chat. What other games do you run? If that is not rude to ask? No, it's not. I don't think it's rude at all. So the 6 games or 5 games that I have a record in are like my main games that I focused on. And those are, well, not all of them. And Parasite Eve is my most popular game
Something has to give soon.
that I speedrun. Ni no Kuni is arguably second or maybe first. It really depends on the day as far as viewership. But yeah, Parasite Eve and Ni no Kuni are definitely my two big ones. I've speedrun Pets Cats 2, which is a meme-tastic adventure game. I speedrun Beyond the Beyond, which is a terribly made JRPG. Oops. And then I speedrun Ragnarok Odyssey Ace. Is another game. Oh, this game, White Knight Chronicles. And then I've also... So those are like the games I actually focused on. I did a run of South Park Stick of Truth once. I didn't really work on a great time or anything like that, but I did do that game for a little bit. And then I did a run of Bram Stoker's Dracula on the NES. I'm trying to think of what else. And then there's one more. Oh, and the Simpsons arcade game. So those are all the games that I have a recorded time on speedrun.com for. Casual. So right here we have to fight all these enemies. We don't care that Eldor dies. In fact, it might actually be beneficial. But we have to hit the dandelions that I was talking. Whoa, look at that bug. It was like stuck in midair. Leonard Pliss. Wow. That's bad. Why do I have so much aggro is my question. There's no reason I should have pulled all these enemies. So we might have to take the L here and just reset this segment. I don't want to have to use a revive. Yeah, go ahead and kill me. I'd rather die here and start over. Ragnarok Odyssey Ace was another game I wanted to get into but didn't. Oh man, that game is brutal. It tore my hand up, first of all, learning it. It tore my hand up bad. Because it's 7 hours long. My PB ended up being 7 hours from start to finish, basically any percent. Okay. So we need to reassess how I handle this right here. And the whole time you're mashing buttons because you're having to, you know, it's a beat 'em up basically. It's like Monster Hunter. It's like Monster Hunter the anime. And it was brutal. Yeah, it was rough on my hands. But it was still decently fun. Like I enjoyed it. As far as speedrunning it, I probably would not suggest it. We're gonna break these into segments. Kill these enemies first, and we'll move to the, as opposed to doing it all at once. Dang it, I screwed that up. Yeah, please. So as you can see, the same magic I was doing earlier just doesn't have the same impact. This is a shame. Oops. No, we want to hit the logic stone here. Cool. Terrific. As far as my favorite speedrun of the games that I run is definitely Ni no Kuni. I feel like the speedrun is actually really, really cool. There's lots of cool tech and a glitch that we make use of that makes the run really something else. Parasite Eve is an incredible speedrun as well. I've easily have the most time out of all of them dedicated or put into Parasite Eve. But I did get Ni no Kuni accepted to RPG Limit Break, so I am absolutely going to have to practice that. Oh, nice. For I have to practice that for RPG Limit Break in May. So as soon as RPG Limit Break is over, or maybe even before, I will also be routing and running Ni no Kuni 2. But outside of that, I've considered I Am Setsuna. I don't know if anybody's played that game before. It looks odd. It looks interesting. I'm considering it, definitely. But I haven't made a decision on that yet. Fuck. That sucks. I wish there was a way around just RNG paralysis, but there's really not. And unfortunately, this is the hard one. This is the really, really difficult one. We honestly just need one of us to live. But because Caesar got paralyzed so early, he's been taking just a crap ton of damage for next to no reason at all. If we can get to like... Oh yeah, we are. There's no way we live this. It's just more enemies. Yeah, this stinks. Bad leg for sure. And the issue with dying too many times is that you not only do I have to repeat everything. Not only do I have to repeat everything, but it breaks my gear. So my gear's durability starts to wear down, especially Caesar's, because he's had his equipped the longest. Don't forget to shill. You're doing Parasite. Oh yeah, I am. I forgot all about that. Yeah, I am running Parasite Eve in this marathon, I believe, in a day or two. So you guys will be able to catch me again with that game. Come on, man. Luckily, Leonard is starting to do a little bit more damage now, now that we've put so much strength stat on him. And because Flame Slash is on, obviously does fire damage, it does a significant damage against a lot of these enemies here. So that's nice. We want Eldor to cure me. He does the most with his cures. He'll do 80. Caesar has a really low base healing stat, so he doesn't always do very much. Does like 66, I believe, 64. And try this again. Like I said, sometimes it takes multiple attempts of doing this, and it really, really sucks. And it all has to do with the paralysis, getting knocked down, things like that. Because usually you can train through all these enemies and run far enough away to where they just lose aggro on everybody. Sometimes your team dies and you can just revive them and it's not a big deal. Like right here, I think we're probably far enough away from everything to not have much issue. Yeah, this is a good spot to stop. Alright, cool. So that went a lot better. This is what you want to see right here. No paralysis. Not every enemy in the zone waiting to punch you in the face. This is a lot better. We had 2 people live as well. Usually I have them both die, so that's nice. So a broken spear. That really sucks. So Caesar is going to start doing quite a bit less damage. And we can't afford to knight in all these fights because there is so many of them. And we wouldn't be able to have the AC to withhold that. Now Caesar, even with a broken weapon, is still doing probably the most damage out of anybody. It's just testament to how powerful he is as a character. Please be going north. Okay, terrific. Wow, only one enemy here is actually really nice. Sometimes it's like 4. So the fact that it's only one is quite nice. Okay, cool. We wanna debate him a little bit forward because we really don't want that troll that's up on that upper ledge to catch us, to see us, and come down and punch us in the face. But this is the area I was talking about. This is everybody's least favorite section of the game as far as like pure like puzzle dungeon kind of situation they got going on. And it's just because these dandelions control you super heavy. So the enemies here can control you super heavy. See, that looks like it's going south. Oh, nope. Wow, sweet. And then right here, we just turn around and grab this. Should be going north. Terrific. Wonder why my notes tab keeps crashing. It's so weird. And then here is where we will raise Leonard from the dead and continue on. But you can see now, if I die, I go all the way back to that very, very first save stone I hit. So it gets harder and harder and more punishing the further you get if you do happen to kill over. Oh, that's something I needed to buy. I need to buy revival powders the next chance I get. Okay, that's probably good. Okay, want to make sure that at some point there's a spot with 2. Okay, cool. I know where I'm going now. And sometimes you have to take them in a different order based on where they place you. So I would just want to make sure that I'm not going the wrong way. But as you can see, you just take so many hits, and they just do so little because Caesar is so beefy and he has so much defense. And then you just heal it all back. Unless you're Eldor, then you just get dropped for some reason. Oh, nice. So toxic gas knocks down and poisons. But it looks like we got really, really lucky. And it decided to be kind. Ooh, this is a bad spot I'm in right here. I don't know if I live through all this. We gotta get to the very end of this section. Right next to the flower for the best possible result. And I think we're alright. Cool, I think we should be fine. Terrific. And we're about to come up to a save stone on the very, very next platform we land on via dandelion transportation. So everybody comes back to life. And we're good. Oh, yikes. Shackles is rough. Because even though you're rooted in place, it makes no sense. You're rooted in place, but you can't actually do anything. So you can't attack, even if you're right next to something. You can't use items or anything like that. It's one of the dumbest things in the whole game. Like paralysis, I understand. You're paralyzed. You gotta stay in place. That's cool. That's fine. That's fair. But that's White Knight Chronicles for you guys. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and sometimes it just does what it feels like. Paralysis would have been really ugly there. And we're almost to Lamia, which will be nice. Oh, wow. Super great. Please be going north. No.
That Thomas was one buff troll.
So, like I said, these flowers can troll you. You can be doing a great job and just get there a little slower, a little fast, and have to wait for the flowers to be blown the direction that is actually best for you. So I don't know how many viewers are currently watching or how many people are actually actively awake. But I got another little question for you while we got some significant downtime. Yeah, and the music is very chill. You're correct in saying that for sure. But here's another would you rather type question. Of fast food burger chains, we're talking Dairy Queen, Wendy's, McDonald's, and I guess Burger King. Wendy's, Dairy Queen, McDonald's, Burger King. I think those are everywhere. Which of those is the best and which is the worst and why? Grading them only on their burgers and not on anything else on their menu. You can factor in price, taste, pretty much whatever you want. But tell me why one is better or worse than the others. Because I'm not a McDonald's hater. A lot of people think that McDonald's is just like this... It's just like this trash place. But you know what? They got some good stuff. Hardee's Carl Jr. See, I haven't actually had any experience with Hardee's Carl Jr. I haven't lived in the north in a very, very long time. Not since I was very little. So we actually don't have a whole lot of Hardee's or Carl's Jr. here, at least where I'm at in Texas. So I can't speak for it. But if you think Hardee's and Carl's Jr. deserve to be in there, we can absolutely throw it in there. I just, personally, I couldn't make a decision based on that. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think McDonald's is awful. I don't think McDonald's is as bad as it has, as like the meme history that it does. Okay, so we made it. That's good. Please be going north. Nice. McDonald's flavor's not bad. They have they just recently started doing their they just recently started doing, what is it, the double quarter pounder or whatever, a little bit different, and it tastes like real meat now. It's good. Big Mac is great. I think the Wendy's 4-for-4 meal is probably one of the most value meals you will ever get from a fast food restaurant, period. So I choose that as far as like value per dollar. Value per dollar, you just do not beat. You just do not beat Wendy's on the 4-for-4. I mean, it's just crazy. It's such a good deal. Wow, double paralysis. Hey, and we dodged them both. That's terrific. I gotta remember which map this is. Okay. Can I eat cardboard instead? Hey, man. Nintendo Labo comes out pretty soon, and not only can you eat cardboard, but you can play with it. Can you believe that? As if a child has ever thought of something so crazy and so revolutionary as playing with cardboard. I certainly never did that as a kid. McDonald's is good as if you... Yeah, so actually, if you ask for... So this is a fun fact. If you go to McDonald's late at night, and you ask for fries with no salt, they have to make them on their own, right? They have to go... So, like, if you go at, like, 3 a.m., which generally is when, like, the fries are the worst. What the heck? I'm gonna kill the spider. They will have to make you a whole new batch of fries. So that's a cool little tidbit of information right there. Yeah, they actually have to make new fries. You're right. The salt they put on their burgers, yeah, that's true. It does taste a little salty now that you mention it. The little cheeseburgers are nice. Yeah, I think the Wendy's 4 for 4 is just a great deal. Granted, it tastes like it costs $4, but you know, at the end of the day. We do have In-N-Out where I live. What? Leonard! Leonard! Wait, it's not even bothering you. It's just staying there? That's fine. We're good. Great. We have In-N-Out and Whataburger here in Texas. And I think In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. I know that is very un-Texan of me, but... okay, cool. So we're in good shape. I probably should have not been this greedy and healed first, but it's okay. I don't need it. Cool, cool. We made it. Pretty easy. That was not a terrible Frass Chasm segment. I've had them go a lot worse in the past.
Reached the halfway point.
Okay, let me make sure that I have potions. Terrific. And let me make sure that Leonard had his potions. The heck? Terrific. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, oh, McGangbang? Dude, oh, that might have been inappropriate to say. But, yeah, the McDouble inside the McChicken, or the reverse. McChicken inside the McDouble. Amazing. Amazing. It is so good. Like, yeah, you look kind of like a, like you got some kind of issues in life. But, man, it's so good. So right here, we want to fight Lamia as fast as possible. After you do enough damage to Lamia, she will get knocked off balance or whatever, like you see here. But it'll phase into phase 2 where you don't have to deal with the Black Knight. So we got to do more damage a little bit quicker. There we go. So now it's just us two against Lamia, which is very nice because it's much easier. Unfortunately, it gets rid of our favorite, or at least my favorite ability, Strike. So that sucks. And we gotta use Blade Storm. So how it works is, if you have 7 AC, you can use Knight. If you have 8, you can use Knight, but it's level 2. And if you have full, so 2 or above, so 8 or above, and if you have full, wow, did I miss all those? Okay, then you can turn into a level 3 Knight, and each level of Knight gives a little bit different abilities. Granted, they all cost a higher amount of mana to use, but you know they're sometimes better. A McDonald's suicide pack. I'm actually sponsored by McDonald's, so my bad. That would be the most incredible thing ever. I would be super happy, and I would accept a McDonald's sponsorship in the blink of an eye. You have no idea. Making it through this fight without using potions is so crazy, and it comes down to the wire. Oh my god, Domino's. I love pizza. Alright, that's another one we can do for anybody who's still awake, anybody who's still listening. We're gonna go Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's. I feel like Little Caesars is a given. It's in a lower price bracket. It probably can't be compared, but those three are everywhere. Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's. Give me your favorite and why. I think, man, that's hard for me to make a decision on, honestly. I like Domino's and Pizza Hut a lot. and usually my decision is based on just what's closest. We probably go to Little Caesars more than anything. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of Papa John's. I'm not a big fan. Like, that is easily the one that's got to go if it were that kind of question. But as far as what's best, it's hard for me to say. Nice. We saved another. Oh yeah, can't skip this cutscene. Saved a little bit of time here as well, so we're doing really nice right now.
I don't like that sound.
Yeah, I think that Pizza Hut has really good thin crust pizza. I really like their thin crust pizza.
Eldor.
Domino's has bad pizza. Wow. I think Domino's is thin crust. I like thin crust pizza, and I think they both do a great job. I think Domino's buffalo chicken pizza is just freaking amazing. Philly cheesesteak or buffalo chicken? Yeah, my man. He understands. This man gets it.
Kara was
You're absolutely right. Used to work there. Biased. Gasp. This is one of my favorite fights to turn into the night because,
the ancient sword.
oh my goodness.
Grant me your power.
That was close. 10 out of 10. Hey man, you gotta do, I'm just trying to keep people entertained because the run is not always so entertaining. But right here, we are fighting the pygmy griever. I mean the griever antenna, and I love doing that attack.
Whoa! It's hard enough just to keep from slipping.
So the antenna actually don't do a whole lot. I mean, it really stinks though that you're forced into level 3 sometimes. But I'm thinking I'm just gonna blade storm through this,
You sure this thing is
and then I'll switch to Caesar and use his dragon if I have to. How can you be poisoned and asleep? I feel like those two offset each other. Yeah, 50% of the conversation that I have in not only the marathons that I run, but also just in my chat in general, usually has to do with, with food. We are a food community, no doubt.
Let's finish this.
Poison and asleep work together. Yeah, but I feel like if you're taking damage, you gotta be waking up, right? Maybe it's just a Final Fantasy 11 in me, where you could not be both. Maybe that's my where I'm drawing my conclusions from. So it looks like we're not even going to need Caesar's dragon. That's nice. Recipe chat, fast food chat. See, I'm not a great chef by any means. I live on pretty much pizza rolls and willpower. Pizza rolls, I think, are probably the single greatest contribution man has made to this planet. And I will fight with that belief until the day I die. But yeah, see, that's crazy. Maybe I just haven't played enough games that allow you to have both poison and sleep. Looks like we're not getting one more attack off. Okay, we leveled. Or we finished it. Cool. Dude, pizza rolls are so amazing. Chow mein, wow. Now this is gonna make me really hungry now. I have a roommate who is a great cook, and he makes amazing food all the time. And he made chow mein just the other day, and it was top notch, really great food, man. Chow mein is the truth.
Seti, this is so wonderful.
Oh, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go make sure that I buy some revives before I head out of here. Make a mean enchilada sauce. That sounds amazing. Some buffalo chicken mac and cheese. Oh, boy. That sounds great. So there's a restaurant not far from where I work, and they make this thing called the brisket stack mac. Or brisket stack wrap, I think it's called. It's brisket, mac and cheese, like some kind of sauce, I believe. I'm trying to remember what else is in it. And then it's wrapped up in like a tortilla wrap and deep fried. Can you believe that? God bless America. I want to get rid of all the pick-me-ups, heal drops. Oh, cool. Brilliant. Sounds delicious and bad for you. Yeah, it does. You're right. But when my favorite snacks and stuff consist of things like pizza rolls, Oreos, powdered donuts, things like that, bad for me is no longer really a factor. I've just pretty much come to terms with I'm going to enjoy what's going to eventually kill me. I'm not a really good cook. I just cook what's in the pack and follow the instructions. My man, I agree with you on that. That is my specialty. If it's on the box, I'm cooking it exactly how the box says to cook it. My mom always used to fight with us. She's like, no, you don't have to add 8 cups of water. You don't have, and I'm like, dude, that's what it says, all right? They wouldn't put it on there if it wasn't, in fact, what you were suggested to do. So, you make Velveeta shells and cheese however you like, Mom. But I'm going to add 8 cups of unnecessary water if the box tells me to do so. 7 hours of sitting still and eating fast food sounds like the American dream. Man, I couldn't think of a better way to spend the day. I really couldn't. Always eat things with water. Yeah, I agree. I pretty much only drink water. I don't drink anything else, really. I murder coffee. Coffee and water is all I drink. But when I eat, I'll only ever eat with water because it sucks to eat with coffee, as I've come to find out. Unless you're eating a dessert, there are certain situations, a tiramisu, something like that, obviously, are sometimes intended to be eaten with coffee.
Shall we be off?
So right here, this area is I'm already going the wrong way. This area is an absolute maze. It is where a lot of people casually have issue because if you fight your way through the entirety of it, it's really, really hard to live long enough to be able to sustain yourself long enough to make it through the entire area without, running out of resources or having issue. And you'll struggle. So a lot of people do struggle here, at least casually. I can't say the speedrunners because there are none, but I've watched people play the game casually and on YouTube and Let's Plays and things like that, and they always seem to get lost here in Van Haven. Another thing is SETI cannot die, so you have to make sure that you're keeping track of how healthy SETI is at all times. SETI is pretty beefy. He's got a pretty high HP total, close to that of Leonard's. So he almost never is in a situation where he's close to dying. But you just kind of keep an eye on it, throw him a heal every now and then. But I pretty much have a good way to get out of here without getting too lost. And as long as you go the right way the very first time, you're pretty much good to go for the remainder. Twitter arguments about video games being bad. Twitter is a scary place. Coffee and cookies? Yeah, I can get down with that. I can get down with coffee and cookies. Coffee and bread. Is Oreos with coffee good? I would never even try that. That sounds like it would not be swell. If it's single player and doesn't have competitive multiplayer, I don't like it. That feels like a really young generation standard for video games. Like, I'm all for things having like dual. You know, honestly, I'm not. I don't even like games that have online playability. Typically, the games I enjoy are not suitable for like online. But look at like girlfriend mode, however, I feel like is a really good way to handle online games, or like at least multiplayer, whether it be online or not. So like Mario Odyssey's girlfriend mode, where you can control the hat, I feel like that was well done. Whereas
No turning back now.
like online multiplayer for this game, probably not as interested. Biscuits go with tea. Yeah, hot tea. I'll mess with some hot tea. I don't have a 3DS. I've considered buying one. So surprisingly, 3DSs are actually becoming a pretty respectable speedrunning console these days. Like, there's a lot of really great titles. Somebody said something earlier I missed while I was focusing on my notes about getting into speedrunning, and they said they had run Final Fantasy 13 a bit. Absolutely. Get back into speedrunning, my man. It is a super fun hobby. I enjoy the crap out of it. Ah, man, I did go the wrong way. Where? Oh. All the way back there. Feels bad. Too bad that didn't open. That would have been a nice, that would have been a that would have been a really fast way to be done with Van Haven. Menus and people with freakishly huge eyes. That's very anime sounding. Oh my goodness. No. No. No, now my teammates are gonna fight stuff. Oh goodness. Whatever. I don't need you guys. Just SETI. Dip biscuits and tea. That is, now that's something I have not considered. Granted, I'm not European. What was I referring to? The 3DS is actually becoming a quite respected speedrunning system, console, whatever you want to call it. It seems to have a lot of really good titles available for it. It surprised me when I realized how many games were like decent games were on the 3DS. So right here, I'm gonna fortify because we have to run past some big boys. There's a couple of dragons up here that, golly.
We're really taking a gamble here.
And that was what I was talking about earlier. If you don't immediately lock heal onto yourself, you'll accidentally target other stuff. Fun McDonald's fact, soya flour is a common padding additive for breads.
Are we really in the same place?
It's one of the very few examples of soy-free bread. Really? That is an interesting fact. A Link Between Worlds. I can't say that I know what that is off the top of my head. But yeah, every time that I look up at a game and I'm like, oh, that seems like a cool speedrun. It's like a tactics-based RPG or something like that. It's like 3DS. I'm like, wow, really? That surprises me. Considering that, you know, I wouldn't consider the 3DS like a super competitive or a really great console. Oh, A Link Between Worlds. Yeah, duh. Sorry, I didn't put that one together. I'm not a huge Zelda player myself. Like, not that I dislike the game series or anything. I just never really played them. Yeah, it seems like the 3DS just has a lot of tactics-based RPGs. Well, that's unfortunate. Where is Seti? Where is he? Oh, this is bad. Alright, we gotta get out of here. Okay, we're almost, Seti cannot die under any circumstance. That was a close one. It was a little worrisome. Everybody else can die, I don't really care. Oh wow, only one person died? That felt like it was going a lot worse than it looked. Have you ever heard of Hyper Devotion Noir for the Vita? I have not. I do own a PSP. That's what we run Parasite Eve on. It's the fastest console to run Parasite Eve. So I do own one of those. And I believe if it's available on Vita, it's also available on the PSP. Am I correct in assuming that? Oh, really? Incorrect. I thought the Vita was just like a version of the PSP, like the 1000, 2000, 3000. Yeah, I've never, I've hardly ever even toyed with my PSP. I have it for strictly Parasite Eve speedrunning, and that's really it. Definitely don't have any homebrew or anything like that on it, but I've heard like a lot of good things about some of the custom firmware and stuff you can put on PSP. Like that most people almost consider it a standard, like it's the first thing you should do. Seti has unlimited magic. Yeah, you can't use Seti's magic. You cannot use Seti's magic, but if you do start a fight or whatever, he will be able to use magic. I was using Eldor to heal there. Eldor has a ton of mana. Also, heal costs next to nothing, and Eldor heals for the most, so if that's what you're referring to. Stupid camera. One of the dumbest features in the whole game is this silly camera. And I'm hoping that one day somebody figures out a really cool way to use the camera to like glitch out of bounds or something, but until now it's just a really dumb feature that this game has, where you can take pictures of stuff and save it to your PlayStation 3.
We've come a long way.
Ooh, that's expensive. Okay, so here's a cool skip or something that I kind of came across. Now, if you do this very, very carefully, you can actually skip a lot of backtracking. So first I gotta make sure my team stops. Alright, cool. Gotta tell them to spread out, fall back. We take a couple steps. And we have to slide and open it at the same time. There we go. Hey, we made it. Cool. So if you happen to fall down in there, you if you happen to fall down in there, you can just switch back to one of your characters if you do it carefully enough. And if you get it like I just did, you can actually hit it without falling down. So so it's really, really nice. Otherwise, that's like a 3 or 4 minute hike to pick up that, and you absolutely have to pick it up. It basically doubles the dragon's damage. So very, very, very useful item we just got there. Cool little trick. Definitely not intended, but cool trick nonetheless. Vita's problem is it's too focused. You'll find a handful of games. What the heck? Oh, I was like, what is going on? I was stunned. Oh. Time to make some soup. Screw you kids and your fast food. I'm opening a packet of vegetables and putting them into water. Heck yeah, if you are making ramen, I love me some ramen. Let's check it out. Cool, cool. Ah, yikes. Come on, man.
We're nearing the Dogma Rift.
So we are... Oops, I ran the wrong way. Oh my gosh, I probably got so much extra aggro for that. We don't want to go anywhere near a Peridimus. Those things will mess you up. Cerberus is not too, or Cerberus is not too bad. Cerberus. That's a Ni no Kuni enemy. We don't care too much about death here, except for Setis, obviously.
Hey, wait up! Maybe the cataclysm had something to do with it.
The groundwork must have been enormous.
The water
And Setis should be fine.
for tens of thousands of years.
Alright, cool. What? Come on, man. Heal. There you go. Just to be sure we make it through here, I'm gonna drop that heal on SETI. Cool. And we're almost done with Van Haven, thank goodness. Freeze soup.
Sorry.
Have I ever considered running some of Shin Megami Tensei games? I have considered it a little bit. You're talking about like those are games like Persona and what have you, correct? You know what? I'm just gonna take the L. Why can I not use that right now? What? Oh, I'm not taking the L. That's way too expensive. It costs more to heal me now than it did when one person was dead. That is ridiculous. This is an atrocity. This is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. Yeah, I think that was my issue with when I looked at them as a speedrunning option, was that some of them seemed a little too long for like what the game was, if that makes sense. Like it looked long. Like some games are long, right? Like I'm all down for playing long games. Like if it's 10 hours or so, under 10 hours I can probably do. But when I was looking at some of the Shin Megami games, they were so long. And like 90% of it was like that dumb social networking stuff that I really don't care for. $20-hour, 100%. Yeah, that's a little bit out of even my reach.
Are the knights just
I'm not one of those guys, the 50-hour guys. I'll do anything that's 10 hours or less for the most part.
That's for us to decide.
I'm afraid so.
Like I won't
Based on the legends.
consider that a crazy estimate and say no way, that's way too long, like some people would. But some of the games are just a little too long for my taste. Okay, so right here, we gotta hope that he uses Fire Shell. Nice. Otherwise, it does a lot of AoE damage, whereas Fire Shell will only ever hit Caesar. and he can live through it just fine. Whereas the other abilities he has knocks down everyone, does huge AoE damage, and has the risk of really putting SETI in a bad spot. Terrific. We have made it through Van Haven. Final Fantasy 13 I have, actually. So somebody reached out to me from the Final Fantasy 13 community and said, hey man, would you consider running 13? And I said maybe. So that was actually a game that I did add to my list of games to speedrun. But having only a PS3 and not a very good PC, I would prefer to run the PS3 version, and I don't have a copy. So if I could, once I find a copy of the PS3 version for 13, I will definitely consider running it. Oh wait, what did I want? How much money do I got? Oh no! I don't think Caesar's gonna hit level 25. Ooh. Nah, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Oops.
So Grizel is a pack maker too?
Cool. Oh man. So here is actually a, oh man, you know what? This is actually a troubling area, and I forgot to do something. Okay, cool. So, Eldor, for story purposes that I can explain to you guys if you care to hear them, Eldor leaves the party. And he does this because it turns out he's, I realize that I have not explained any of the story. At least that I know, as much as I know. Do you want mine? I mostly run on PC. Man, I'm going to have to look into it one of these days. Like I said, I'm pretty much booked until May. I got a lot of marathons that I have apparently agreed to run and submitted to that I don't remember. So my next couple weeks are pretty busy. And then I'm going to be practicing Ni no Kuni. Ni no Kuni 2 comes out. And I'll have to focus on doing some of that as well. So until I'm finished with RPG Limit Break, I probably won't be learning anything new. And in that amount of time, I will be shopping around for PS3 copies of 13. Eldor is a Time Lord, basically. So basically what happens is... these knights, right? They were created by an ancient race of people called the Ancients. Really original. Really interesting stuff. Okay, cool. This is what we wanted. Heal 2 and heal all. And then, what else? Did I already learn Fortify? Oh, that's why. And this. Okay, cool. And now we are going to give her just a little bit of HP. Okay, terrific. Anyways, let me get back to explaining the story real quick. What? Okay, so the story is these knights, these arcs, these things that you've been seeing me use in all these fights, they were created by this race of people called the Ancients. And the Ancients used them as tools of destruction and tools of war. And then they realized that they were so devastatingly powerful that nobody should have power of that degree and have access to something so strong, so fierce. So what they decided to do was to lock them away underground, essentially. And the city obviously crumbled and the civilization kind of died out. And years later, due to like an earthquake or what have you, a cataclysm forms and the earth splits, and the suits, the arcs, were discovered under the ground in this cataclysm. Now, in this cataclysm, they find these knights as well as these children, these living, breathing, alive children, and they split the children up, and pretty much different people working on the project, helping excavate, pretty much took the children home and adopted these then orphans. And as it turns out, you find out later on that only these orphans are the ones with the ability to access and activate the knights. So obviously, the two of them are Caesar and Leonard, and Seti here, who is the controller of the Black Knight. And it turns out that Eldor is actually an ancient, one of these ancient race people, and he traveled around trying to locate these children to get them to come together in hopes that they would reactivate the knights for a purpose that is currently unknown. So yeah, he is a little bit of a Time Lord. He's like really, really old. I was suggested to start running Shadow Hearts. I don't know if anybody's a Shadow Hearts fan, but I was told the Shadow Hearts 2 is an incredible game, and then I should consider running that.
Not even I know what comes.
So we're going to turn around and go touch this stone real quick so that we don't get screwed. That's fine, we can beat him up. Specializing is pretty important. Oh, and you're talking about Final Fantasy 13 too? Yeah, I've heard, I was told by the person who reached out to me and asked if I would consider running them, because he's a runner. He told me that they're terrible games to play casually. He says, but the speedruns are actually like really decent and well respected.
At long last,
And that I should consider looking into them as a result. Black Knight part. Oh, about Seti being the Black Knight? Yeah, well, we haven't really gotten to the grand reveal of the betrayer. Dun dun dun. The blood traitor. But there is a reason that we don't use her character very long, as to not waste a whole lot of resources on somebody who is just going to be a dickhead. Yeah, I heard that that Final Fantasy 13, just 13, is so much better a speed game than it is a real game that it's not even funny. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, yeah? Yep. Nope. I'm not. I forgot that I was yeah, I don't understand like the whole lightning fascination. Maybe that's just me. But I always assumed that every game that had lightning in it was pretty much just a bad game. Because lightning is, I ask this every time. What is happening, Seti? Where is he and what is he doing? Good lord, man. I'm going to use one revival powder here. And the reason I'm going to use a revival powder is because of Yuli is able to fortify the whole team. And it's a really, really strong ability, considering it helps Seti with his survivability as well. And we are about to go into an area where this can go a number of different ways, based on whether or not we can make it to Peridimus without dying. I will definitely have to check out. So 13 is the one where everybody's sick, right? Or cursed or whatever. They have like the tattoo that makes them sick, or that signifies that they are part of the sick people. Wow, this is really healthy. And I was able to hit the stone? That's weird.
Take a number.
I probably shouldn't have done that, yeah? Oh no, I can still knight. Okay, cool. We're good. Okay. Level 25, wow. I don't know if we'll get any use out of that. Alrighty, let's go for Peridimus Rex. Now here's another unskippable cutscene. You can't skip it until you actually see Peridimus come out. There you go. So let me catch up back on chat real quick while we got a moment. I still haven't beaten Lightning Returns. It's fun and you should finish it. Wraps the series up nicely. Oh, okay, so all three of them are, they're not standalones then. They all combine? They all, like, run together? That's I didn't know that.
More or less.
It looks like we're trapped in here.
But why did Grizel bring us here in the first place? If he's after the Sun King, he doesn't need us to take it.
Yeah, I was,
Don't you see?
apparently I'm not alone in saying that I was not wild.
Huh? But said he died.
I was not wild about
Same person.
Final Fantasy 15.
Oh, but is it now? Two minds in one man, each trying to thwart the other's plans. He wanted to help.
And apparently not a whole lot of people were. My boy Kaios is an exception. He loves the game. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just loves the speedrun and hates the game. I hate a lot of the games I speedrun. But it's like a love-hate thing.
Did you hear that?
It's close by.
So,
Man, does it sound big?
dang it. There we go. Alright, so this is an interesting strat you're about to see me do here.
Larvae Vermilion Drake, leveler of ancient lands. Grant me your power. Their tone.
All three of the games form an overall plot. Lightning Returns. Oh, okay, so it's like that connected then. Because there's a, so like Ni no Kuni, for instance, is a game that you don't have to have played the first to understand the second. And they did that on purpose. However, when you play the second, you'll be able to see a lot of things that are same as the first, although they don't impact your ability to experience the game. Alrighty. Welcome to how we deal with final bosses in this game. Now Yuli, because she has a dagger, attacks insanely fast. Just absurdly quick. And her heal, you can see how fast it recharges once it's used. She heals for a lot. She heals for the max of 80. And it only costs 4 mana. And if you're not in a... if you're actually like disengaged like this, you regen mana every so often. So see that I'm at 66 mana right now? And now I'm at 70. And now, even though I don't have it equipped to my command slot, I have access to all my spells. So that's another thing that's quite large, quite sizable. So this is actually super, super broken. You stand back here, you wait, you watch. Because we don't technically care about Peridimus and all that stuff. We just want to keep our boys alive and let them just eat away at it. Doesn't this look like a really bad Japanese movie going on right now? That's what it feels like to me. Seti is Grinnell. Yep. And Kara is a piece of shit. Oh, I'm sorry, piece of crap. I apologize. My stream is a filthy, filthy place. So I'm doing my best to maintain my professionalism. I'm not feeding mana, but you notice that I do have a bunch of mana potions. So if I do need to, I can absolutely feed them just to keep them in knight form. But it looks like they'll probably finish this fight without me needing to use any. Somebody's about to get bopped. Alright, cool. Quit using healing potions, you idiots. I got y'all. Don't think I don't got y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna let them just go all out now. Usually I wait a little bit to make sure that the fight's gonna go well and they're not gonna deplete mana at such a rate that it's gonna screw me over a lot. It looks like we're good. Lude's Game Done Quick Run, if you're thinking of picking it up. Absolutely, I will definitely check that out. Man! I mean, I guess I don't really need the health potions, but... So that's annoying. Well, we saved time. That was one of the most clean Peridimus I've ever had, by far. And just like that, we are done with Yuli. As a donation incentive, because it's not a whole lot different, you just gotta determine who you're gonna buy stuff for and how you're gonna spec people. I have made donation incentives in the past for decide my main healer, basically, and you know, whether it be Yuli or Eldor. Figured that would be funny. Pacific Rim, yeah, exactly. I always say, doesn't this look like Pacific Rim? Wait, you're gonna see the new one, a new Pacific Rim. Because I'll tell you what, I went into Pacific Rim thinking it was just gonna be so bad. I looked at it and was like, yeah, this is going to be a bad movie. And then when I left, I was like, this movie was amazing, bro. I think because I went into it with such low, disastrous expectations that I was convinced it was going to be awful. That when it wasn't awful, when it was just okay, I was like, yo, this is actually really good. Yeah, and that's what I tell people. I'm like, yo, you gotta take it for what it is, man. It's a movie. If you just want to see cool shit fight each other, then you're gonna be happy. Same thing with Transformers. Nobody cared about Transformers. Nobody ever thought for 1 second that Transformers were gonna be good, plot-based films, right? We all just thought they're gonna be cool movies about cool, big, you know, robots or whatever fighting each other, and that's what we wanted. And that's what we got. Nobody was ever like, you know what? This is going to be an Oscar-winning dramatic performance from Shia LaBeouf and fucking Megan Fox, alright? We went, yo, let's go check this movie out. Optimus Prime beats the shit out of stuff. That's what we like to see. And I liked to see it up until Mark Wahlberg made an appearance. Pretty much the day Megan Fox left, Transformers died to me. Not because I care a lot about Megan Fox. It just seems like the overall quality of the films just kind of plummeted from that point. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Oh, no, 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 no. Get up! Oh, my God. Yep, there he goes. Wow. Wow, that sucks. That is so annoying. How shafted? How did I get so shafted? I went into that with full HP. That was absurd. Oh well, I gave a huge estimate. So we're fine.
This farce has gone on.
We were almost to the first logic stone too. I gotta do all that over again. It sucks. The Transformers movies had plots. Man, that's what's beautiful about it. Who cares? Yeah, Jurassic World. That is the Jurassic Park effect for sure. It's like it's about dinosaurs and adventure. Like what more could you ask from a movie, right? Yo, yeah, Shia LaBeouf is on some weird stuff these days, man. Shia LaBeouf is doing some odd things. He's a strange guy. Wow. So that's what's happening. I'm just getting shafted by Robot Aggro. Nick Cage is the same. Keanu Reeves is a weird guy, but he's weird in like a nice and people respect him kind of way. Where Shia LaBeouf is the kind of dude that like gets drunk and arrested at a bar down the street from your house.
Welcome back, Eldor.
Yeah, The Rock, surprisingly, not a terrible actor for a dude that started in professional wrestling. I guess you have to have a semi-decent acting background to succeed, considering the fakeness of professional wrestling. You know, Shia LaBeouf is crazy, man. Like, there's like that one video of the dude on a motorcycle, and he like looks over, and Shia LaBeouf is like in the truck next to him. That shit cracked me up, man. Or that musical, the Shia LaBeouf musical. See, that's so much better. But I see what happened last time. I must have gotten hit by a spell that knocked me down. Yo, stop. This is so unnecessary. Wow. That was some clinch. Little clinch right there. What the heck? Goodness gracious. Oh, I am so sorry, guys. I might have just scared the crap out of you. I just bumped the heck out of my microphone. Was that crazy loud? Pile driver is a dangerous move. Yeah, I never was a fan of wrestling, but I have a friend who, like, that's his life is wrestling, and he thinks professional wrestling is like the greatest thing ever, regardless of how real or not it is. Oh my gosh, that was way close. I didn't think it was gonna be that close. I would have had to start all over again. What glitches are being forbidden? In this game, none. There's not any glitches anyways. But you basically, if you're running a game that has glitches, you have to run a route that doesn't utilize those glitches, or you will have to run a game that just doesn't have glitches in it in the first place. trying to remember how I get out of here. Oh yeah. Oh, get wrecked. Yeah, elementals will never, they have no aggro. Like, they don't have, they're not aggressive. And every time I see them, they're just like the most welcoming sight. I dated someone who the only form of media he would watch with me was wrestling. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. That sounds awful. My goodness.
Guys, I'm really glad we met.
Okay, so now is where it gets a little boring. So what we're about to do is progress into an area where there's teleporters, and we have to kill a golem in every room right before the teleporter in order for that golem's magic to be released and activate said teleporters. So we can't just run past everything, unfortunately, which means that we have to actually fight stuff, which is a shame. But I think what I'm gonna do here is swap out Eldor and Yuli. Now, typically, Eldor is higher level here, but because of the way I went about some things, that ended up not being the case, which is fine. We should be fine regardless. But Yuli has better healing magic right now, and a higher healing stat, just because that's kind of the class she was intended to be in the first place. But the AoE Fortify is, you can make a lot of good use out of it right here, because we don't want to have to use any, we don't want to have to use any revive powders if we can help it. Greatest Final Fantasy was 15. And I know you're trolling. Nah, I know you joking, bruh. Do I want to bring her back to life? How badly do I care? Yeah, I guess I do. But this is actually why I have all the revival powders. It's for this chunk, this section. Let's see who has the most AC. Guess we both have a lot. So we just run in here and we say, hey, Secret of Mana. I've actually never played any of the Secret. I know the runners of, what is it, Legend of Mana? The... Boom, everybody dies. Terrific. Good stuff. I bet Palmer has a YouTube... So, no, I don't have a YouTube channel about reviewing food. But the reason my name is Professor Palmer in the first place is, and my viewers have heard me discuss this. When not a long time ago, when Pokemon Go came out, I created a scanning app that would scan and tell you where Pokemon were. Dang, my controller. And it was called Pokemesh. And we started to implement newer and newer features in the app that people were struggling to understand or use. So I created this YouTube channel basically doing tutorials about that kind of stuff with the app that we had designed. And Professor obviously being a play on Pokemon, and Palmer being my last name. That's how I got my name. So I do have a YouTube channel. I have like a couple thousand subscribers or something. I don't use it for hardly anything. It's basically just a historical thing that saves my world record videos that I upload in case Twitch ever decides to delete their VODs again.
What's wrong?
Just the menus. Just the print quality of the menus. Maybe I should one day. Maybe that's my calling. Oh, you know what? That sucks. That sucks. You know how awesome that would have been to get full AC? Oh, that sucks. Oh well. That's a bummer. There's a guy who reviews elevators on YouTube. Really? Like he just goes into random elevators and is like, I like this one. How does that work? This is a good elevator. Okay, let me make sure that I'm doing the right thing. Why does my controller keep coming unplugged? Hold on, I'm gonna switch to wireless. There we go. And change to Leonard. Quite often gets kicked out for riding the elevators. Yeah, that is hilarious. He's been riding them all day. They're like, yo, what are you doing, man? Listen, you gotta get out of here. This is a place of work. Dang it, now he leveled up. That's crazy, man. I find some people on YouTube that just do the strangest stuff. The weirdest things, man, you can get popular on YouTube. Same thing with Twitter. Oh, so at least he is an intelligent. He's intelligent about elevators. He doesn't just get on and go, this one is nice. This one is really smooth ride. Like he actually knows shit about elevators. Well, that's different then. I mean, like I wouldn't kick that guy out. That's like somebody going to a parking lot and being like, wow, look at this incredible car. So how is this EXP routed in this, and can you predict the level ups in this area? It depends. So what I did in this route to ensure that Belsatane was gonna go well, and Belsatane is that 4-phase fight we do at right around the 3-hour mark. That fight is really difficult, and you oftentimes will lose a run there. And it enabled to be able to ensure that I was gonna have a lot more safety going through that fight. I left one of my members dead for a lot of the forced fighting we had to do at certain points, and that forced him to be a lot lower level, and as such, Leonard and Caesar are higher level. So usually, the only fights we take are forced ones, and I can almost always predict, you know, where I'll level up and things like that. But because I kind of went a different route with the utilization of my experience points to make the early game easier, I'm not really exactly sure where our experience points fall right now as to where they usually do. Usually Caesar never hits level 25 in a run, and Leonard ends the game at 19. So Eldor is 2 levels under where he usually is, and Leonard is a level and a half higher already. But that's okay, unless Caesar has AC. 4 AC, now it's probably faster to just die here, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe it's not faster to die here. We'll try it out. 'Cause this guy sometimes takes a really long time to kill you. But if you die, you immediately get all your AC. Which is why sometimes I just run in here, die, end up right back at that save point that I just touched. Oh yeah, you know what? It might be better to die here, now that I think about it. Nah, it's already too late. I've committed. I'll be alright. Actually, if Yuli dies here, that would be terrific. Yeah, he was hoping you would ask him. He's like, yo, that security guard, check this out. No doubt, if I just ride up this elevator nonstop and act sketch, there's no way she can't come and ask me, you know, what I'm doing. Perfect plan. And then you're just like, yeah, whatever. And he left, crushed. Oh, okay. I'll explain it again. So the whole premise of the knights and the arcs and where they came from, they were created by this ancient race of people called the Ancients, and the Ancients created them as tools of war. So that obviously, you know, to basically rule with an iron fist, to pretty much have no chance of ever losing to their enemies, yada yada yada. So they created these arcs, and after devastation and all of that was just everywhere, from how significantly powerful and devastating these arcs became, for fear of their power and for the sake of not wanting anybody, realizing the power was too strong for anybody to control or anybody to have access to all of them, they basically buried them underground. Eventually, the ancient civilization died out, and the people in their race or whatever, the culture, eventually died with them. Now, when that happened, over time, you know, people built civilizations on top of their old one and whatnot. And many, many, many years later in the future, there was an earthquake that split the earth, created this huge cataclysm, and as it was doing that, it revealed these arcs that were hidden in the earth. Now, along with these arcs, the people that found them and excavated them also found these children, like living, breathing children, that were there down there with them. Now, the people who excavated, you know, each took a kid or whatever, basically adopted them, didn't want to leave, you know, orphaned, abandoned children down there. They weren't really sure how they got down there. They figured they got down there after the cataclysm. And they were taken to different parts of the earth, right? And well, it turns out later on they figure that these children are actually the only people who can not only awaken but control the knights. And they did. So as you can tell, the children are, you know, Caesar, Seti was one of them, Leonard, and so on and so forth. And you find that out. Yeah, the Ancients did call themselves the Ancients. They did. I mean, I guess it doesn't make sense now that when you think about it like that. Okay, perfect. Right? It doesn't make any sense. They call themselves the Currents. Maybe they called themselves something differently. I can't remember. And then the name Ancients was something that was bestowed upon them by people of current day. That could very well be a thing as well. Man, why does she have no mana? What good are you? I just wasted my revive. But anyways, the children, Eldor, it turns out that he is an ancient and was, still alive, really, really, really old, and in this period of time, and decided that he was going to try and gather these children and bring them together in hopes that they could okay, there it is. In hopes that he could basically bring all the knights together and stop this evil force called the Magi that were basically threatening the existence of humanity and what have you. So he kept that a secret from everyone, and that's why they were pissed off, and he left our party for a brief period of time. They were like, you lied to us and whatever, but who cares? Oh no. No! This is a terrible idea. Might just be worth dying here.
Let's finish this.
Nice job, Yuli. How did you let Caesar die so early? Yeah, screw it. I'm just gonna die. Oh, you know what? I bet if I die, I have to fight that last one again as well. That's a bummer. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any AC. Caesar is 2 AC. I guess we can build AC the old-fashioned way. Yeah, this will be alright. I got a plan. She was wind slashing? Really? That sucks. Yo, go away, dude. Why are you here? Leave me alone. Leash already. No! Oh wait, he doesn't have enough. Sweet. So I remember now why I die in that previous room, and it's because in here I need my AoE to be able to one-shot all these guys, because this giant is actually significantly harder than the other giants. And I kind of forgot about that, so we're going to have to slow down a little bit. It's going to lose us a little bit of time, but it's fine. We'll be so easily underestimated that it's not even an issue. I'm just going to have to do this a little bit differently now. I'm going to have to bait them in here individually and stock up on Caesar's AC. I want to know who designed the knights. I want to see what else they did. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, honestly. I think the knights look very cool. But they're interesting in their design with like the insanely skinny waist and everything. They're not really like typical mech design. They almost look like skeleton-ish, if that makes any sense. Alright, terrific. Terrific. We're good to go then. So, playtime is over. Time to transform back into the knight, and hopefully nobody dies this time. If Leonard could level up here, that would be helpful as well. I guess it doesn't matter, because we're about to do Sun King. We're actually probably going to finish underestimate, and we already had a lot of time before the next run. So I might play a task video. It seemed like everybody was enjoying those while I get in contact with the next runner and everything. But we still got 20, 25, 30 minutes or so before we even need to worry about any of that. So. And right here, this guy, you absolutely, it's imperative that you face him away from the rest of the team, because he will use that thunder ability. Yeah, I'm just going to tell them to fall back, honestly. Yeah, I'm definitely level 25 on Caesar. Leonard might actually hit 21, so there was a significant difference in EXP for those fights that I left. I left Eldor dead, and Leonard was able to leech a lot of EXP. I actually like it though. I prefer it like this, because after Underbelly, Eldor does nothing. He's just a heal bot, and so is Yuli. But I actually prefer Yuli's healing to his significantly. So I'm just going to give her the EXP from these things that he would usually get, and then I'm going to give her the mana up stuff that she's missing, so that she's the exact same as he is at this point. Did you equip that armor? No, I haven't. Not on Caesar. Good looking out. The Scout's leggings or whatever. I never picked that up, so I wonder how good it is. Dang, they are all about healing right now. This is what I need to do for the. This is what I need to turn them on this mode for the multi-gigas fight. This might change everything. For this, I didn't know that they treated it like this. I thought when they fell back, they didn't heal or anything. They were just basically like in defense mode. But they are on top of healing like this. So maybe the multi-gigas fight would be trivialized with the use of this, because look how far away they are. And it doesn't matter about AC. If Leonard levels, great. If not, it won't matter anyways because of how the Sun King fight goes. So, you know, they always will have AC by the time the Black Knight fight starts. I'm gonna actually revert here. Yeah, I'm gonna revert. No, not you. Dang, so he just wasted his freaking, he's wasted 2 AC. Hey, he leveled up, thank goodness. Cool. It's good for everybody. Go left to the east teleporter. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was actually super nice. I like that defensive stance for them. I feel like that helps considerably. It gave me a heal. That's odd. Okay, so we're almost to Sun King. Just gonna go ahead and fortify once here. We just gotta run through this room of enemies, and we're there. We don't actually have to fight any of these enemies, thank goodness. Oh, stun lock is so annoying. Hey, so funny you mention it. I'm actually considering speedrunning both of the Full Metal Alchemist RPGs. They were, if you're interested in them just for the way they play, the Full Metal Alchemist RPGs are literally the same game as Rogue Galaxy, in the method that the battles and all that stuff work, and they look really cool. Like for the PS2 era, they actually look really good as far as the graphics are concerned. Okay. Yeah, the second one has only been run once by Easy Escape, and he just did the run the other day. Okay, so let me kind of get some items and stuff moved around. Yuli, we want her to get intelligence up. And then, ooh. Yeah. Do I have haste? Okay, I do. I guess it doesn't matter at that point. But I need to spread my items around. Leonard has how many charge strings? Oh, wow. Very nice. That's going to be super helpful. But he has only one revival powder. Okay, that's fine. When he has 0 revival powders. Oh, yikes. This is far less revival powder than I anticipated. Okay, so I'll give 1 to him just in case as well. Oh, she can only carry 10 at a time, huh? Give Leonard... Alright, brilliant. Alright, guys, it's time to do it.
So you and I were born in the same age, Eldor.
The Full Metal Alchemist live-action movie. No, I have not seen it. I've not seen it. I'm gonna let you guys watch this cutscene real quick. I can't skip it. It explains a little bit of the story, and it's kind of interesting to see. Plus, my homemade character is naked, and it's funny. And I'm gonna mute my mic real quick and zip on over to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
What has he done?
The princess!
Gods, no. Does he have it?
Better not have hurt her.
Listen to me. I have finally succeeded. The Knight's Ark is mine. It is only natural, of course. After all, it was mine in the first place.
You bastard. What have you done to Cisna?
I'm afraid she resisted a bit too much. But I have ways of controlling people, and she eventually sang her little spell.
You've lost your mind.
But quite tragically, I think she may have caused herself some damage when she tried to resist me.
Give her back!
Oh? And if I refuse? Why don't you come get her yourself? Fight me for your precious princess, knights against knight. Oh, Adalmaya, shining sovereign, supreme light of the ancient skies. Grant me your power, Verto.
I am back. What is going on, guys? Check this shit out. It is nuts.
What goes up must come down.
Right then. Stay on your toes.
Let's show him.
Okay. You fool. Will somebody please hit him for the love of God? Alright, cool. Wow. You guys are so trash, dog. Can't even pull aggro. I've thrown one heal. Alright, cool. So this is what we do. This is how we pretty much handle this last fight. We handle all the phases like this. Because heal only costs 4 mana, and it heals for such a significant amount of HP, you can just stay out of combat and... Oh, scared the life out of me. Oh my goodness. That was my text notification. You can just sit here and pretty much just let them do whatever. And being out of combat like I am means that my mana is constantly recharging. So I actually gain back most of the mana that I use, on top of the fact that they both have, you know, obviously heal equipped. So really, really easy way and safe way, because otherwise I don't know how well we'd be able to go through some of these bosses without being able to do this. But it slows down the end of the game tremendously. Do I think Leonard's original Incorruptus was the Sun King? I don't know. I don't know enough about the story to be able to determine anything interesting like that. Pac-Man, like the original Pac-Man. Those are more like high score speedruns though, aren't they? Yeah, that's the rest sound, or the nest bat sound from Melee. It scares the shice out of me every time I hear it go off. It is so loud. Okay, so Leonard is at full AC. I knew that was going to be the case. I don't know if I want to do the White Knight or the Dragon against the Black Knight. I guess I would rather do the Dragon. Don't bring that stuff over here, Leonard. Chill, dog. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yo! Quit facing it towards me. What are you doing? Is your plan to just heal the useful people while you sit in a corner? Yep, that's exactly what it is. Very MMO style of healing duties we're on right now, where I just constantly let my the refresh tick up my mana for a tick, which is how much a spell of heal cost. And yeah, I just do nothing but heal and hope I don't die. And if I do die, I have a handful of revives, so it shouldn't be much of an issue. Okay, who's he attacking next? And as long as you stay behind him, you're almost never going to take any damage, except for when he switches. I don't know what. It's not a typical MMO style of like hate or aggro or enmity or whatever you want to call it. It looks like he just kind of like chooses targets based on some kind of time thing. But he should be almost dead. We're gonna switch to Caesar. We're gonna utilize the dragon. Please die. Yuli, you idiot. Miss! Come on. Okay, cool. Verto. Yeah, this is anticlimactic, but it's really the only way you can make it through these boss fights, being so underleveled. So it's kind of what you gotta do, unfortunately, for everyone. Want to give Caesar some defense. We should be good. I think the Dragon Knight does better against the Black Knight as a whole. Troll doll knight. It does look a little bit like a troll doll. Doesn't this look like a crazy movie? Yeah, the dragon, just look at the textures on the dragon. It's a very different style. It's almost like a mechanized style versus this very traditional bird-looking style. It's really cool. I think they did a great job with designing the character models for the actual knights. Uh-oh, this is bad. Get up, Yuli. Wow. You're so stupid, Caesar. I'm dead. Yep. I'm gonna get hit with that. Oof. He's like jumping right behind me, man. Go away. Go away. Yeah, you know what? They almost like remind me of Bionicles. Remember how useless Bionicles were? They were like the cool thing to get for Christmas for a while. Till people realized that they're not cool. Caesar, what are you doing? Quit jumping around, dude. Just do damage, man. It's your only job. course, Leonard is out of mana because he's an idiot. Bionicles. This is actually going really quick. Usually, oh man, that sucks. Do I even care? I guess I don't. I'm pretty sure Leonard gets brought back to life immediately in the next fight anyways. Yeah, this is... What are you talking about? This is literally a vodcast of Pacific Rim, the sequel.
White warrior, wielder of the ancient sword, grant me your power. Verto!
Can't let it end like
Ah. That's lame. I was hoping that I could use the charged drinks from my inventory despite them being in combat, but I guess I can't. Bummer. Which means I guess it would be in my best interest to switch to Leonard. Use charged drink 2 on Caesar. Go about my business. Yuli, what are you doing, girl? You're gonna get one-shotted by AoE. Oh wow, Caesar must have leveled up after that last fight. Well, in that case, I might just switch him, change him now. So I might have used that charge 2 for no reason. Well, there's no way, because even if he did level, he was in Knight. So maybe it, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Well, we'll speed this bad boy up then, if that's the case.
Vermilion Drake, leveler of ancient lands. Grant me your power. Verto!
Ninja kicks are cool.
Psycho!
Oh my goodness, she's wasting her mana on nonsense. I feel like Fortify does nothing. Oh, Yuli's dead.
Take him out!
Yeah, Final Blast just sucks. Final Blast will kill you no matter where you are, as far as I know. There's really not anything you can do about it. On Yuli, that is. Now, obviously, it doesn't kill everybody, but she's weak. She's actually wearing, like, the worst kind of armor. Okay. Eventually, we will phase this guy into the very last phase of the boss fight. There we go. And we got one more HP bar to go. And when they fall below certain HP thresholds, so when Leonard and Caesar fall to like right around 20 or a little bit less maybe, I'll start using my mana potions on them to just ensure that they'll stay in Knight for forever. Although I do have enough charge drinks that I could probably buy one more a full fresh Knight, which gives you full HP and full mana basically. So it sometimes is helpful. But I'm going to save that in case Yuli or someone dies and I run out of ways to get her back up. That'll be my backup plan. So I apologize that the end is so anticlimactic and so tedious, but it's the way she goes. If somebody wants to try and find an actual strategy to beat these guys without using this kind of cheese system, be my guest. But the people who had initially tried to route this game originally could not even make it this far because they didn't utilize this strategy. It's really the only way you can do it. Being this underleveled and this broke, we're all like wearing like the gear from Greed, which is like 3 cities ago. So I mean, it's just kind of, you just gotta do what you can, with what you got. And the reason I don't use mana potions to bring them up to full mana is because the higher mana total they have, the more likely they are to use the more expensive mana costing abilities that they have access to. And the damage to MP cost on those things is just really not worth it. So I want to not incentivize them to use their more costly abilities, because you don't get enough damage out of those for them to be worthwhile. About half HP. Things are going alright. The only real issue doing this is that if Yuli dies and you run out of revives, like, you have no way out of the fight. And that's pretty much true, period. Which is kind of why you have to do this in the first place. But this is actually mega broken. You just sit here and you heal endlessly because you get refresh, automatic refresh, and spells that cost 8 mana restore 160 HP. And then you can just keep them in Knight form indefinitely because mana potions restore a pretty good amount of mana for their actual, how much they cost purchasing them from the store. So like a mana potion is gives you 20 mana, but it only costs like, was it 200 gold or something like that? And by the time we get to, because I routed the gear that we used, just maintaining the gear from Greed, and not buying any upgrades later on, like when we go to Bossia, you can just dump all the excess money that you've earned up until that point into mana potions, and you should have more than enough to make it through Usurper. I actually have like 19 mana potions still. I think Eldor still has 10. And then I know that Leonard has a few. Or maybe I moved them all to Leonard. I think Leonard has like 16 or something like that right now, so. Oh, yikes. Definitely didn't want that mishap happening. And worst case scenario, if somebody does fall out of night, because everybody has, oops, because everybody has access to heal, you can just do what Yuli's doing right now with another character. So let's say that Leonard falls out of night here. I could just use Lin, and Yuli dies. I have no way to revive her. I'll just use. Oh, that's it. And oh shoot, I forgot that I have to stop the time. Well, guys, that is a White Knight Chronicles. I'm gonna stop the timer here in just 1 second. Give me 7. I can't actually stop the time, but somebody can clip it or something if we really care to figure out what their overall time was.
Hang in there. Kara!
Caesar. I'm so glad I met you.
One day sub 5. Yeah, actually for a marathon, that was not bad. I'm gonna let you guys watch this last cutscene. There's a hilarious set of cutscenes that follow this right now, and I'm gonna let you guys check that out
Make this all right again.
while I get the next runner set up, because it's up to me. So I will be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic and everything and get him ready to go, and then I will pan out to some music and in the transition screen and all that while this goes down. So see you guys in a little bit less.
To me, you're
in a little bit rather.
Caesar, it's time.
Yeah, Isagrim, thank you so much for sticking around. I appreciate it. Definitely go to bed. Thank you so much, everybody, for being incredible and sitting through this. This is not the most grandiose of games and the fanciest and the most exciting. So shout outs to all of you people that managed to muscle through it and did an incredible job. So shout outs to you guys, all your choices and everything like that. You guys are amazing. Wait, what message? Did I miss something, Kappa?
Princess Isna.
But I am gonna mute my mic and get the next runner set up while you guys watch this lovely cutscene.
my body.
Perhaps you used too much of your power. Here, let me help you. Come on.
So that's how it starts then. The greatest war of them all. These knights. Why were they ever made?
From age to age, the souls wandered, and not even the passing millennia could quiet their ancient sentiments. There was another soul, one that was more powerful, more wicked than all the rest, who waited patiently for the time of the Great Awakening, its ancient pulse beating